Dear Secretary of State, dear representatives of the Spanish and Catalan governments, dear Director and colleagues from EUROM, dear guests, scholars who have studied the posterity of traumatic events, be they wars, the Holocaust, colonialism, or dictatorships, have identified comparable chronologies and phases in dealing with the past in different countries. They have evidenced a similar evolution of public memory, a comparable rhythm which has been described in 3 phases, for example, by French historian Henri Rousseau. A first phase characterized by a major tension between the need to turn the page and reconstruct the country, a phase of homages to heroes and victims. A second phase of official silence, suppressing and forgetting, and a third phase with a more systematic interrogation about the difficult past. In spite of all the national and local differences, historians have therefore identified European similarities. It often takes at least the time span of a generation until the traumatic past is dealt with in a critical, more holistic manner in public discourse. Similar trends have been observed on other continents, for example in Latin America and in Africa, in countries having lived through colonialism, dictatorships, apartheid and genocide. And these phases seem even longer when it comes to Europe's colonial past. For the victims and their families, these phases mean a protracted pain, decades in which they have been waiting to get certitude about the whereabouts, about the fates of their family members and friends. In a democracy, it is of utmost importance that all groups and individuals concerned by traumatic events are heard and their sufferings recognized. The difference in memories associated to dissonant heritage should not be used today to stir division. Learning to understand the different perspectives on historical events which are present in other European countries, for example those that have lived through southern dictatorships, can enhance the critical thinking and empathy which are so important for living together in democratic societies. Through European approaches, we create opportunities for comparing and confronting difficult pasts and to jointly improve our approaches to them. I would therefore like to thank the Spanish Ministry for Democratic Memory and the Ministry for Culture, the University of Barcelona, and last but not least, the European Observatory on Memory for having organized today's very important event. I wish you all very fruitful debate and thank you for coming to our house.
Hello. Bonjour, bon dia, buenos días, good morning. Thank you very much, Constanze. Thank you for hosting us and collaborate with the European Observatory of Memories since a very long time. And it was more than 1 year ago. I think we had an informal meeting and having a coffee in the morning with Oriol, that he's ill. He said hello to everybody. And we thought about this commemoration and this anniversary that we are doing internal and many parts and universities, and of course this very big program of the Spanish government about these 50 years of liberty, so-called, and the death of the dictator in Spain. And we say, let's do it as a European Observatory. This is a big network that we are running from the University of Barcelona already since 14 years ago. But let's do it in Europe, outside of Spain, outside of the University of Barcelona, and outside of so-called scholar or academic atmosphere that we are using to work on it. And I am very happy because Constanze say, yes, let's try to do it. And of course, we are going to give to this, not commemoration, but this conference, transnational approach and interdisciplinary approach. And as our network, we are trying to do, the program, it shows this kind of multi-layers and this multiplicity of actors and disciplines. We are going to begin with academics, and thank you, Angel and Sigfrido, to help in organizing this table, the first reflection, the contents, to know history, and then international perspective that we are working with some colleagues many times. And then, of course, new ways of transmission. We are going to talk about art, contemporary art, interpelling also not only Spanish dictatorship, but also other conflicts and other dictatorships around Europe. And then I was doing guided tour exhibition in your place about the past, but commented guided tour with experts, trying to show that, of course, art and hello, Christian, the colleagues are arriving now, and finishing with another spectacle about the exiles. Because during these 50 years also many of the people that we are going to talk about and many of these historical processes were also run from the exile and other people out of Spain during this time. I'm going to thank also the Secretary of State and the Catalan delegate, and of course the friends of the Secretary of State of Democratic Memory and Almudena, because we have an agreement also to do not only this project and to invite young people that we were in Barcelona, you were in Barcelona last year, working with us and try to transmit and to show this complexity and this multiplicity of disciplines. Just to finish, just remember that 50 years ago, there was a dictator lying maybe on a bed, and in the fridge of my parents there was a bottle of champagne, cava, Catalan champagne, lying in the fridge, waiting for the death of the dictator. And when I asked, hello, good morning, and when I asked to my mother, what do you remember, because I was very young, and he said, we were waiting for the bottle, to open the bottle and to offer this liberty and to improve our democracy after these 40 years of very dark and grey repression in our country. So the dictator died lying on a bed, but the dictatorship died on the streets of our society. Thank you very much for coming, and have a good day and interesting sessions. Thank you.
So, Madame la Directrice, merci beaucoup. Thank you for hosting us. And State Secretary, thank you for joining us. Thank you, Jordi, for organizing everything. And thank you, Delegate, for being here. And thank you all for coming to celebrate with us this 50 years of commemoration. For us, it's very important this year because of that, because we had a very long dictatorship, but I think we did pretty good after it. We are now a very strong country in many aspects, not only economic, also social. And we have to see everything like in the frame of having been under a dictatorship so long. So I think we can be very proud of our society. And first of all, we want to celebrate it and, celebrate it with you too. And second thing, in this program that Jordi said about the 50 years of commemoration of Spain in freedom, we are, one of our mainstreams is also to make people see in Europe that we were not isolated in this. If you think about it, our civil war started with the help of Germans, Italians, both were bombarding us. And later we fled. We fled to France. There we were in concentration camps. Then many men and women ended up in concentration camps in Germany and Austria. And we are also commemorating that because probably no one knows. Or, for example, that during the Civil War, brigadists were coming to help us. So it's an aim of our State Secretary of Democratic Memory to make people see that this was a global problem, the fight against fascism. Unfortunately, we lost, and the rest of Europe won earlier than we did, but finally we did. So right now, I'm not a politician, but I'm a citizen who is aware of the situation now. And so please you're the future, don't let us repeat the story again. So this is for it, to make Europe, I don't know if responsible, but please, you are the future, so let's not repeat it again. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Buenos días. It's an honor for me to take the floor here representing the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation. Thanks to the Maison Européenne de l'Histoire, thanks to the Ministry of Territorial Policy and Democratic Memory for inviting us to participate in this event. We are certainly cooperating with the commemoration of the 50 years of democracy in Spain with the Ministry of Democratic Memory throughout the whole world, giving our embassies abroad as platforms to tell the story of the 50 years of democracy in Spain, but also telling the story of what preceded it, which was a very long and hard dictatorship for more than 40 years. This anniversary, this 50 years anniversary, is coinciding in time with the 40 years anniversary of the signing of the Treaty of Accession to the then European Communities by Spain and Portugal, two of the countries that are going to be the subject of today's discussion. And we think that these two anniversaries are intertwined and are related because the achievement of democracy in Spain was always a precondition for our country to rejoin normality in Europe, and that the only way to achieve that goal was to join the European communities, now the European Union. So all the sacrifices that were done by Spanish society during the dictatorship and through political resistance inside the country and outside of the country were also leading to that path of European membership. So we're very proud to see that those two anniversaries are coinciding in time. This is a happy coincidence, but they are, as I said, very much related. In these 50 years of democracy, and in particular in the 40 years of membership to the European project, Spain has changed substantially. Since we joined the European Union, our GDP has doubled. Our life expectancy has grown for almost 11 years, which places us now as one of the countries in the world with the longest living expectancy. Which is also due to our great quality of life, I think. And in a time when both the European project and the democratic principles and the democratic goals that Spanish society was pursuing after the death of the dictator, those are being put into question. It is more than necessary to renew our efforts for memory, and I think that this event is a very timely one. So I thank again the organizers, and I hope that all the participants today can share experiences, can share knowledge, and can keep that memory alive, because even in a country such as Spain, which has one of the highest percentage of population supporting the European project and supporting democratic values, and where we have a government that is very active in defending those democratic values and defending democratic memory, and also defending the European project, it is more necessary than ever especially when we see some trends among the young population and young voters who are not knowledgeable of the past and also not knowledgeable of what has led Spain and other European countries that also left a past of dictatorship and repression for the European path, what those countries have achieved, and thanks to what they have achieved those levels of development, which is democracy and the European project. So I hope that this day is very fruitful for everyone, and I thank again the organizers for having us, or having me, representing the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, European Union Cooperation. Thank you very much.
Sigfrido and Angel, you can come here to the stage. The last but not the least, behind each event there are people, and just to thank Estela, thank you very much, gracias, and also Carolina, Costis, and all the team that we have been working, Fernanda, and all the friends here.
So thank you very much, Jordi, for giving me the floor and for having associated me to this relevant meeting. Thank all of you for coming and for attending the meeting. And also I would like to thank our speakers who are making also an effort to be with us today for different reasons. So let me introduce now first Angel Viñas. I would like to mention that our third speaker will be arriving. He's not still here for a problem of transportation, but Professor Neumayer will arrive soon. But I would like maybe to introduce first Angel Viñas, who was born in Madrid a very long time ago, emeritus professor of economics at the Universidad Complutense de Madrid, is also a distinguished historian and diplomat. He has previously served in senior positions, not only in Spanish diplomacy, in the cabinet of the Minister Foreign Affairs, Fernando Moran, but also he held senior positions at the European Commission. He was Director General for Asia and Latin America and for Multilateral Relations, Security and Human Rights, and Ambassador of the European Union to the United Nations in New York. So he has a career as a diplomat, as you can see, but also as an academic. So he, as an historian for a very early period in his career, he was doing very prolific research focusing on the Spanish Republic and the Spanish Civil War, and also on the functioning, particularly on the economic dimension of the Franco regime. He has published a series of books. It would be very long to give all the list of books that he has published, but maybe I would like to mention 3 books which could be of interest for you to read. So the first of them is his memoirs, La Forja de un Historiador, The Making of an Historian, which was published 1 year ago, and which can give you an overview of his contribution to Spanish contemporary history. The other, which is more related to his European career, was published now 15 years ago. It's called Al Servicio de Europa, at Europe Service, which deals most with his career as a Spanish and European diplomat. Most recently now, in few days, tomorrow, I think in particular, it will be published a new book of Angel Viñas, together with Guillem Martinez. They are going to publish Franco's Black Gold, Oil and Espionage in the Spanish Civil War, which will be giving new light on the issue of the role that was played by oil and oil in the Spanish Civil War in particular. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Angel Viñas. Thank you for being with us.
Mesdames, Messieurs, je remercie la Maison de l'Europe et l'EUROM de m'avoir invité à participer à cette conférence. C'est un grand honneur. Je parlerai en anglais. Señoras, señores, agradezco a la Casa de Europa y a EUROM que me hayan invitado a participar en esta conferencia. Es un gran honor. Hablaré en inglés. Meine Damen und Herren, ich danke den Europahaus und EUROM für Ihre Einladung. Es ist eine große Ehre für mich. Ich werde auf Englisch vortragen. I was asked to speak about the Spanish dictatorship in a comparative perspective. Obviously, no chapter of any national history can be studied without due regard to the time and context in which that history evolved. One could say, echoing John Donne's famous line, that no country is an island entire of itself. Spain and Greece had very little in common until the present day. Cultural interchange and mutual admiration for ancient times excluded. However, Portugal and Spain were at a certain period between 1580 and 1640 a political unit. Portugal's modern and contemporary history can be explained by the conscious desire to carve its own path. Pan-Iberianism was always the dream of only a minority in both countries. In Portuguese, there is a saying, de España, nem bom vento, nem bom casamento. From Spain, no good winds, no good marriages. This is still very apt. With some reason. Regarding the period covered in its presentation, how many among you know that in 1940 and 1941, Franco seriously considered entering World War II on the German side and invading Portugal for good measure? The Spanish and Portuguese dictatorships were not very similar. However, both had some common features, such as their anti-communism and the predominance of Catholicism. This said, I shall first concentrate on some key features of the Spanish dictatorship that, in my view, fundamentally distinguish it from the Portuguese. The first difference. The Spanish Republic established in 1931 failed, while the Portuguese Republic, which had been created in 1910, did not. Portugal participated in World War I, while Spain remained neutral. Furthermore, Portugal kept her extensive African empire until the 1970s. Spain lost her overseas colonies in America and the Pacific in the 19th century. The only exception were a few territories in the Gulf of Guinea and a small part of Morocco, which was the size of Extremadura. Spain suffered a cruel civil war that acquired an international dimension after a failed coup d'etat. Portugal did not. That civil war had decisively influenced Spanish history up to this very day. In this presentation, I will basically discuss my own country. At the end, I shall highlight some critical differences with Greece as far as the democratization process is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, our knowledge about the road to the Spanish Civil War and its consequences has grown exponentially since Franco's death 50 years ago. Such knowledge has been gained due to the work of at least 4 generations of historians. First of all, foreigners. After Franco's death, Spanish as well. Add to this the influence of new research concepts. Finally, the opening of many state, regional, and provincial archives in Spain during the democratic period since the 1980s. Abroad, some archives had anticipated and afterwards accompanied the Spanish opening abroad. This progress is under some threat today in Spain. The Conservative Party, PP, along with a far-right party, Vox, have been keen to neutralize the results of historical research. They still adhere to many of the truths invented by Francoism. Both parties stick to the kind of narrative which was taught in the days of the dictatorship, and even find kind words for the dictator himself. PP, Vox, and their supporters, not only Spanish but also foreigners, show a marked reluctance to accept genuine historical knowledge. In parallel, broad sectors of the media still favor the legends and interpretations propagated by the former dictatorship. This has led to a widespread culture of ignorance, where perennial myths persist. They also influence the younger generation. The main topics around which disagreements permeate public life in Spain today are the following. First disagreement: the interpretation of the failure of the Second Republic, 1931 to 1936. The right is adamant that in the spring of 1936, Spain was in a pre-revolutionary state. The alleged causes have changed over time. At first, there was the supposed intention of the left to establish a Soviet-like regime. This approach was held as a dogma during the Franco years, and even nowadays there are writers who still propagate such a canard. However, when such allegations became untenable, the emphasis shifted. Nowadays, it is predicated on a collapse of law and order engineered by the left, particularly by the socialists, in pursuit of their own revolutionary aims. Among these were the reform of the land property structure, the modernization of archaic social and labor relationships, regional autonomies, the role of women in society, the role of schools in the shaping of a modern concept of citizenship, and the separation of church and state. When the left came to power again in 1936, the right believed there was no alternative but to resort to the force of arms so as to prevent such development. Second disagreement. Right-wing authors and media continue pointing out that the leftist military preparation for carrying out their alleged revolution began after the February 1936 elections. They still defend the legend that the electoral outcome, which was manipulated in their view, did not leave any alternative other than taking up arms in self-defense. In reality, it was Franco and one of his past superiors as Minister of War who tried to organize a soft coup on the very day of the elections under the cover of an authorization by the President of the Republic, the conservative and Catholic politician Alcalá Zamora. He categorically denied. Third disagreement. In parallel, the right always dismissed and continue to do so even today, the naked reality that their own preparations started as soon as the new Republican regime was established in April 1931. The following year, an amateurish coup was attempted. It was led by Lieutenant Colonel General José Sanjurjo. Previously, there had been some contact with fascist Italy. Between 1934 and up to 1936, monarchists and the leaders of a sector of the armed forces were in regular contact with Italian fascism. They tried to persuade Il Duce to support a better prepared coup. In October 1935, his intention was clearly put to Mussolini in writing by the leading monarchist former minister and Professor Antonio Goicoechea. in case the left were to win the future elections. Any historian can consult the plans in the archives of the Farnesina, the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Fourth disagreement. As soon as Il Duce finished his war of conquest in Abyssinia, he turned his attention to Spain. On the 1st of June 1936, July, a monarchist envoy, Professor Pedro Sainz Rodriguez, signed 4 contracts for the delivery of war material, including bombers, fighters, and seaplanes to use not only in a coup, but also in a war, which would be a short one. 2 weeks later, a formal request for more money was sent to Mussolini. It was signed by Goicoechea on behalf of the leader of the ultra-right, José Calvo Sotelo, and the fascist leader, José Antonio Primo de Rivera. Fifth disagreement. However, both the political and the military heads of the coup perished, as did their long-term plans for reestablishing the monarchy. Calvo Sotelo was killed on 13th July by disgruntled policemen in an act of reprisal. On 20th July, Lieutenant General Sanjurjo died in an airplane accident, basically due to the great incompetence of his pilot. The way opened up for Franco, who had known about the conspiracy since at least the beginning of 1935, if not earlier. On 23rd July, he sent emissaries to Berlin to implore Hitler for assistance. The Führer decided in his favor 2 years later. It has taken me more than 50 years to explore the ins and outs of that decision. At the end of July, the first signs of fascist and Nazi interventions were already visible. They enabled the insurgents to make rapid advances in the peninsula, in part thanks to the passage of men and significant amounts of war equipment from Spanish Morocco. The air bridge was in operation until February 1937. Sixth disagreement. Unable to achieve a rapid victory, Franco became convinced that a long war was his best option. This was achieved 2 aims. The first one was to destroy the Republican army in the battlefield. Secondly, it would test his generals' tolerance for a prolonged conflict. Franco was well aware that he had entered the war with a monarchist army. He wanted to finish it with an army duly indoctrinated in pseudo-fascist mythology and loyal to him. His victory was enormously facilitated by the inhibition of the Western powers, in particular the UK, France, and the US, to help the Republic, as well as by the massive support in manpower and weapons given to Franco by the fascist powers. On a related topic, a friend and I are publishing a book tomorrow. We have explored the supplies of oil and transport material, mainly originating from the US. Without oil, ladies and gentlemen, planes don't fly, ships don't sail, and trucks don't run. Seventh disagreement. Republican resistance was sustained by the disparate left-wing parties and workers' mobilization, the international brigades, and the intermittent support of the USSR with war material and military advice. This had been interpreted as a proof of Stalin's aims to threaten Western Europe from the rear guard. In spite of a massive body of literature by right-wing historians, both foreigners and Spanish, which started during the Civil War, I have disproved this canard in 6 books on the basis of archival material from Russian to British, German, Italian, French, and Spanish archives. The fascist powers counteracted this intermittent Soviet support by increasing their efforts while laughing at the impotence of the League of Nations. It should not be forgotten that this impotence was the result of British and French policies at a time of appeasement. This has also happened in the case of China and Abyssinia, but never before in Europe. Later on, Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Albania would become victims to this same approach, without a shot being delivered. Eighth disagreement. Franco was willing to join Hitler in the subsequent European war, despite the weak state of the Spanish economy and armed forces. This decision was opposed through appropriate countermeasures by the British and the Americans, and massive British bribes to Franco's brother, Nicolas, and a number of his generals. Once the Allies took hold of French Morocco and Algeria, the possibility of joining the Germans became an implausible endeavor. However, the bribes and the rationing of oil supplies and food nevertheless continued. Ninth disagreement. There is nothing mysterious in Franco surviving the defeat of the Axis. Neither the British nor the Americans were interested in intervening in Franco's Spain, which was ostracized for a number of years. Meanwhile, Portugal and Greece became beneficiaries of the Marshall Plan in 1948 and joined NATO in 1949 and 1952, respectively. The Spanish people had to suffer another year, 1946, of famine on a scale almost as medieval as in 1939 to 1942. This has conclusively been proved by Professor Miguel Ángel del Arco from the University of Granada. In the new Cold War climate, Franco's proven anti-communism flourished. He finally became an attractive partner for the USA. After a fragile UN condemnation of his dictatorship collapse in 1951, the Americans took the initiative. Bilateral negotiations started, and 3 agreements were made public in September 1953. 10th disagreement. Those agreements were only the proverbial tip of the proverbial iceberg. After 4 were kept in utmost secrecy. They covered all areas of interest to the US military. Spanish autonomy was restricted in ways which were never made public. I put all of this, along with the necessary documentation, in the public domain in a number of books and articles I published between 1979 and 2005. Nevertheless, I never had access to the military negotiations. The Spanish Ministry of Defense has been adamant in forbidding consultation of this primary source. It continues doing so today. US political, military, and economic support determined the further evolution of Spain. But Washington was never seriously interested in promoting democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, I would fail as a historian if I didn't refer to the Francoist politics of vengeance, to use the expression coined by my good friend and noted British historian, Sir Paul Preston. This is the most controversial disagreement between left and right in Spain today. Those policies of vengeance were conceptualized before and during the Civil War. They were consistently applied until the end of the 1940s. They were meant to make the defeated pay for having attempted to speed social, political, and economic changes. Terror had to be instilled among the population so that the left would not be able to regain power for at least 25 to 30 years. I mentioned this time estimate that was made in August 1936 by one of the most sadistic and repulsive officers of all, Captain Manuel Díaz Criado. The pro-Republican majority had to be destroyed physically, morally, and psychologically. Estimates of assassinations during the war are numerous, but the most accurate ones point to at least 140,000 dead Republicans against around 50,000 on the right. Some 150,000 people were forced to leave Spain to save their lives. Deaths on the battlefield amounted to between 150,000 to 200,000. Deaths from illnesses and deprivations are difficult to estimate, but 350,000 to 400,000 is a likely number. Therefore, human losses amount to some 900,000 people out of a population of almost 25 million. Economic repression, still imperfectly studied, affected hundreds of thousands as well. Deaths continued to accumulate after the war due to a number of factors. First and foremost, Franco's ambitions to pursue an economic strategy based on economic self-sufficiency, to which he was prepared to sacrifice any economic rationality, certainly a lot of people. Secondly, the will to replace market forces by central decision-making from the top. The result was an enormous economic chaos, an all-encompassing black market, and deaths galore. There was a resurgence of all but eradicated diseases. Foreign observers, diplomats, journalists, and medical personnel have left an immense amount of documentation. It is a complement to the internal sanitary and medical reporting within the ranks of the regime itself. This cannot be compared with the Great Famine in Greece in the Second World War. This was a predictable outcome of the Italo-German invasion, the subsequent plundering of the economy, and the maritime Allied blockade. After the liberation of the country, awash with weapons and experienced fighters, the struggle between right and left in Greece generated more deaths. However, there was no foreign support for the left in Spain, nor for the Maquis. Quite the contrary, the Western powers left Spain to its own devices after the Second World War. There is no wonder that the lack of political and civil liberties as understood in Western Europe and the United States persisted for the duration of the dictatorship. Freedom of information became a dream. Strikes were absolutely prohibited. No political parties were tolerated, besides one, Franco's. It was a mixture of four currents which cooperated and fought each other according to the times and Franco's political needs. There were the military, the Phalangists, the anti-republican monarchists, and the Catholic Church. The military, including the secret and security police, domestic intelligence services, and the military judicial apparatus, were the most constant supporters, acting as the ultimate bulwark of the dictatorship. They were covered with honors and given access to food and a great range of amenities, although relatively poor pay. The Phalangists, the domesticated version of fascism, were a sort of wild card. They were very prominent during the Civil War and up to the end of the 1950s. They made rich or moderately well-off a lot of people within their ranks. They also provided fascist social coverage and indoctrination for the broad masses. Finally, there was the Spanish Catholic Church, largely on its own, and the related monarchies in a state of perpetual infighting against the Falangistas. All these social and political groups were absolutely essential to Franco, but their order of prominence varied with time. Corruption continued unabated. In 1959, a sort of miracle happened. Spain had joined the United Nations 4 years before. Its candidacy had been pushed by the US in a large deal with the USSR to expand the membership of the organization on both sides of the Great Divide between East and West. Anxious to break the ostracism to which Spain had been damned, Franco was easily convinced of the necessity to apply for a UN membership. This allowed for the possibility of joining the Bretton Woods institution, the IMF, and the World Bank. Afterwards, some of the more enlightened ministers with an Opus Dei affiliation and high officials, in particular within the Bank of Spain and in the Ministries of Commerce, Finance and Foreign Affairs, took advantage of the rapidly increasing balance of payments deficit and pressed for an opening up of the economy. This ran contrary to Franco's firmest beliefs in fascist macroeconomic management. He capitulated when he was told that if the economy was not opened, the only alternative was to return to the old mode of taking decisions and allocating scarce resources. The challenge counted on the support by the IMF, foreign banks, the US government, and the OECD. It led to massive waves of workers' emigration to Western Europe, but also to waves of tourism into Spain, and more importantly, foreign investments. All of them provided badly needed foreign exchange and capital, technology, and know-how. In some 10 years, Spain surged ahead in a way that Greece and Portugal did not. Spanish society became more and more exposed to foreign influences. Political opposition reawakened, and powerful social and workers' movement arose. Except by brute force, the dictatorship could find no other means of maintaining law and order. Even so, the Prime Minister, Admiral Carrero Blanco, fell victim to an assassination prepared by extreme nationalist Basques. The government increased countermeasures. In spite of foreign protestations, Franco did not hesitate in applying the capital punishment in numerous cases. The collapse of the dictatorship was not the result of losing long-lasting colonial wars and the subsequent exasperation of the armed forces, as was the case in Portugal. Nor was it similar to the Greek case. Both followed another logic and alerted the Franco regime. The Spanish dictatorship counted on the support of the military, who were educated in opposing the domestic enemy. In the background, there was also the support of the Spanish High Church. When a sector of the Catholic priesthood and even some high prelate turned to be unmanageable to the authorities, they did not hesitate to take strong measures. The Greek military junta lasted from April 1967 to July 1974. Its short life was very bumpy. It abolished the monarchy, but it was unable to survive the handling of the Cyprus crisis. Its political dynamics had very little in common with Portugal or Spain. Foreign actors, the US, USA, and Britain in particular, exerted a major influence, but the final dynamics had to do not only with the meddling in Cyprus, but also with the confrontation with Turkey. A foreign entanglement was avoided in Spain. This was averted by the reaction of the government to the threat of a Moroccan warning that masses of volunteers were prepared to enter Western Sahara in October 1975. Confronted with a possibility of having to use force to prevent it, the government capitulated, with Franco already on his deathbed. He died on 20th November 1975. Ladies and gentlemen, my thesis is that Spain is a rather unusual case in Western Europe. So is her evolution to democracy. Coincidence in time does not mean parallel evolutions in separate political entities. We know that most of the Spanish and foreign economic and political powers believed that there was not much interest in supporting Franco. The previous need for him had evaporated. Social and political unrest had become detrimental to their investments in the Spanish market. Western Europe was evolving in a direction in which an undemocratic regime would have been increasingly difficult to tolerate. Even before Franco's death, the Spanish clandestine overtly tolerated oppositions, although not the communists, were finding more and more understanding abroad. Spain had become isolated in a Western Europe where the only dictatorships were beyond the Iron Curtain. The solution was ante portas, through the reintroduction of a political system compatible with Western European US values. This became the order of the day between the tolerated opposition, in which groups of enlightened Francoists dominated, and the non-tolerated, i.e., the socialists and particularly the communists. The path chosen was to pass from a pre-constitutional system with a head of state chosen by Franco to a constitutional one which could be validated by the Spanish people. French, German, American, British, Italian, and Portuguese diplomats and intelligence services had to work overtime. The report have allowed historians to reconstruct to a great extent the history of the so-called transition to democracy in conditions of popular pressure from below, not known in Spain since 1936. Basically, it all depended on making the communist a legal party that could compete with others in fair and free elections. This meant replacing the system created by Franco by a constitutional system to be approved by the Spanish people. The king opted to choose a former Falangist as the future head of government, Adolfo Suárez. This happened in 1976. It is to the credit of Suárez and the political leaders of the still illegal political parties that they engineered a mechanism to give the people the opportunity to task a government with the daunting challenge of creating a new constitution. It took a year. At the end of 1978, it was approved in a referendum. A Republican alternative was not put to the vote. Serious analysis of the causes and consequences of the Civil War and the Franco dictatorship did not take long time to start. Exploring the killings of the past began in 1977-78. Afterwards, a new generation of historians in and out of the university started on their own without government help. After 2000, they were joined by a social movement which started disinterring the corpses of those killed by gunmen, the police and armed forces, the Guardia Civil and the Falange in July 1936 and the subsequent Civil War. These two movements changed the methods of historical research, incorporating into it the knowledge gained by experts in chemistry, physics, and forensic medicine. In 2007, the socialist government of José Luis Rodríguez Zapatero was able to pass through Parliament a first law of historical memory. The right opposed it furiously. Since then, this kind of approach remains a bone of contention among left and right. After a long void, the current government has provided a new law in 2023, which should expedite discoveries. The corpses of Franco and the Falangist leader have been removed from their tombs in a pharaonic monument to the glory of Franco and his so-called crusade against the left. The battle for the truth regarding the Francoist repression is nowadays being shaped by new, or rather old, right-wing forces supported this time by the current US administration. According to recent statistics, 2,660 graves have been so far been located, of which 1,300 have not yet been explored. The estimated total of graves amounts to some 6,000. In the last 25 years, 17,000 victims have been identified. An estimated 12,000 human remains might still be additionally recovered. The battle for the truth regarding the Francoist repression is nowadays being shaped by new, or rather old, right-wing forces supported by the current US administration. With new vigor, that battle for memory is fought in the media, by internet, and ultimately in the hearts and minds of all Spaniards. Neither the Second Republic, nor the Civil War, nor the Franco dictatorship are in danger of being forgotten. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Angel, for this enlightening speech, which summarized a whole life dedicated to research on these topics. Now, without further ado, I will move to the second speaker, Professor Víctor Fernández Soriano, who is Professor of Contemporary History at the Université Libre de Bruxelles, ULB. He earned degrees in History and Art History from the Universidad Complutense de Madrid and completed his PhD on the history of European integration at ULB's Institute for European Studies. He has served as a researcher at both the Humboldt-Universität zu Berlin and the University of Luxembourg. His research focuses on human rights in European and international politics during the second half of the 20th century. He is the author of the book Les Fusils et l'Olivier, Les droits de l'homme en Europe face aux dictatures méditerranéennes, published in 2015, and co-author of the 1969 Greek case at the Council of Europe. He is currently a researcher at ULB's Monde Moderne et Contemporain Center and the Pôle Éducation. I would like to mention, as the Secretary of State mentioned before, that we are also on the 40th anniversary of the Spanish accession to the EEC, that with Victor we published together a volume for the 30th anniversary, which is in open access, if you would like to read it. It's the volume of Studia Histórica, the Journal of Contemporary History of the University of Salamanca, and we have contributions from Ángel Viñas about his role in introducing Latin America in the agenda of the European Commission when he arrived, also of Enrique Barón Crespo, who was president of this house, and also Gregorio Garzón Clariana gave us an interview for that special issue, and Eneko Landaburu, no other person associated very clearly with the memory of the Republic and with the Spain in European integration. So without further ado, I pass the word to Victor. Thank you.
Donc moi aussi, je tiens à remercier les organisateurs, EUROM et aussi la Maison de l'Histoire européenne. Je tiens à remercier Sigfrido et Andrea pour leur invitation et je suis ravi d'être là avec vous aujourd'hui. Of course, I'm going to speak in English So, well, first of all, bom dia, kalimera, buenos dias, good morning. In that right order, bom dia, Portugal, kalimera, Greece, and buenos dias, Spain. So what I propose you now is to overview what exactly happened 50 years ago in Southern Europe, in Portugal, Greece, and Spain. So if we take a look at the press of 50 years ago, of exactly 50 years ago, which I actually did to prepare this conference, you'll find that most of the newspapers then were quite worried about the political and social situation in Spain and Portugal. As you can see in this cartoon published in Le Monde on the 22nd of November 1975, the Iberian Peninsula was then deemed to be a pressure cooker whose outcome was still unclear. So we can say that November 1975 is to a large extent a month where the media attention was put onto what was going on in Portugal and in Spain. So what was going on in Portugal and in Spain? So in Portugal, we are at the very end of the period of the Carnation Revolution. We are at the very end of the so-called ongoing revolutionary process, as it was called at the time. And there was a major political crisis that had as main manifestation, a series of demonstrations, workers' demonstrations in Lisbon that surrounded the parliament, so Bento, on the 12th, 13th, and 14th of November. Then the government, that was at the time a coalition of the military and the main political parties elected at the previous legislative election, the Socialists, the Christian Democrats, the PPD, the Communists. Well, that government, the sixth provisional government, as a matter of fact, led by Pinheiro de Azevedo, had even suspended its works on the 20th of November, the very day that, not so far away, Franco died as well. And so this situation led to a failed left-wing coup d'etat on the 25th of November 1975, which is actually the marker of the end of that revolutionary process in Portugal. In Spain, well, you know the story. Franco was dying in his bed, surrounded by his family, but actually the international media were quite worried about what would come to the political forum in Spain after Franco's death. They speculated a lot about Franco's succession. His designed successor, as you know, was the King Juan Carlos. And so we find a lot of comment, discussion, and editorial fuss in the newspapers of November 1975 about what was going to happen after Franco's death in Spain. And that, you have to put it also on the background of the colonial conflict that also had an impact on the events in both Portugal and Spain at the time. In the case of Portugal, November 1975 also marks the end of Portuguese colonial rule in Africa. The last colony to receive independence was Angola, whose independence was granted on the 11th of November, had been set up for that day at a previous agreement some months ago, the Alvor Accords. And that fact also triggered out the Angolan civil war. So it kind of had an impact on what was going on in Portugal back then. And in the case of Spain, we have the question of the Western Sahara. The King of Morocco had fostered a so-called mass demonstration, which was actually also a military intervention called the Green March that started on the 6th of November 1975 officially, and that also led to a series of gatherings in Madrid, the Madrid Accords of 14 November 1975, that set up the status quo for the Western Sahara, also during the same period. So that's why we can see cartoons like this, and actually there are many more. I actually went through the pages of Le Monde, Le Soir, La Libre Belgique, New York Times, The Guardian, and we can see most of the cartoons depicting the situation in Spain and in Portugal, and also this colonial dimension. So, as I told you, what I propose you to do now is to review the end of dictatorial rule in these three countries, in Portugal, Greece, and Spain, from the perspective of the European institutions mainly, from a European perspective, meaning from the perspective of the European community, or the European communities, as they were called back then, the Council of Europe, and to a lesser extent, NATO as well. As we can see in this cartoon made by the very famous French cartoonist Blanco in 1977, these three countries, they were regarded from Europe as the champions of democratization and of political renewal, so to speak. And why these three countries? Why Portugal, Greece, and Spain put together? So the three countries shared indeed some common features, quite obvious. They went through processes of political transition, processes of democratization from far-right regimes, far-right dictatorships. They three were Western allies, Portugal and Greece even NATO members. They were also human rights anathema. They were anathema for the human rights activism and also for anti-fascism. And also, in the three cases, social movements and mass demonstrations played a key role in the transformations that led to the achievement of democratization. And also, they, of course, identified with a Western role model of democratization expressed throughout their singular processes of democratization, of transition. With that being said, actually, the main reason why we put them together is time. The time factor is what's really key in this wave of democratization in Southern Europe, for reasons that were at the same time probably internal and external. The three countries, they went through democratic transition processes more or less at the same time, and they three got rid of military or dictatorial rule in the years 1974-1975. So the chronology is what's really bonds the three cases. There were, as a matter of fact, many important differences among the three countries. First of all, as we'll see, the fall of the Greek regime, as well as that of the Portugal regime, responded to a large extent to external factors. Cyprus, in the case of Greece, the colonial wars, in the case of Portugal. Also, transition was faster in the Greek case than in the others. As Professor Viñas has just mentioned, also the lifespan of the dictatorships is very important. The Greek dictatorship only lasted for 7 years, unlike 40 years, almost 40 years for Spain, and 48 years for Portugal. The case of Portugal is that of a transition by breaking up with the previous system, a transition through revolution in order to establish a complete new order. The case of Greece is that of a transitional justice process in which the main responsibles of the dictatorship were tried and sent to jail. And actually, the last Greek dictator, Ioannidis, died imprisoned. And also, the Spanish case is typically that of a transition from above, triggered by the actors of the former dictatorial regime. Also, the case of Portugal is very, very, very particular because there is this military involvement in the whole transition process, but the involvement of middle rank military milieu with a very strong leftist stance. So military and left is something that you don't find mixed up together so often in history, and that's actually quite interesting in the Portuguese case. And so on and so on. Let's take a look at each country individually. Well, first of all, Portugal. Well, probably you know that on the 25th of April 1974, there was a military uprising led by mid-rank officers, captains mainly, colonels, etc., that was backed by spontaneous mass demonstrations. The uprising succeeded to some extent because people went out to the streets and supported the military who rose up against the dictatorship, the so-called Estado Novo regime. And so we have these beautiful images of Lisbon that very day, like this taken by the French photojournalist Jean-Claude Francolon for the Gamma agency, where we see the military bearing their rifles with a carnation put into it by citizens, by the people. And that's why we call the process that started that very day the Carnation Revolution. So the Carnation Revolution and the end of dictatorial rule in Portugal, which happened to be quite fast. The main responsibles of the dictatorship, namely the Prime Minister, Marcelo Caetano, and the President, Américo Tomás, they had to leave the country, hopefully. And so a new, National Salvation Junta, composed by the main responsibles of the uprising, but who immediately invited political parties to participate into the process, was established. And so these news were received quite positively by the European public opinion and the European governments as well. However, as the situation in Portugal turned more and more, complicated, more volatile, Portugal became a sort of a Cold War conundrum for the European countries, as it represented a challenge of a Cold War challenge, since we have a very strong left represented by some of the leading figures of the revolution in the army, and also by the Communist Party, that called for a profound transformation of the Portuguese politics and of the Portuguese economy. And on the other hand, we have the representatives of parliamentary European-like democracy that coexisted throughout the whole period. As, for instance, the first Minister of Foreign Affairs, the first Minister for Foreign Affairs of the first provisional government was the famous Mário Soares, who came to be Prime Minister 2 years later. And Mário Soares, well, he arrived from exile to Portugal immediately after the events of the 25th of March. Then on Workers' Day, on the 1st of May, he participated to the rallies organized that day, and some popular pictures of him along with the communist leader of that time were taken. But on the 2nd of May, after that reapparition of Mário Soares in the Portuguese sphere, he traveled to Brussels to start lobbying about the Portuguese transition and its eventual support by the European actors. So Mário Soares actually would spend much of his time in office as Portuguese Minister for Foreign Affairs, traveling around European capitals and inviting European leaders to Lisbon in search for support to the Portuguese democratization efforts, as well as to his own party, the Socialist Party. And that's why we have this picture here of Christopher Soames, who was at the time the Commissioner for External Relations, visiting Lisbon in 12 February 1975. However, in March 1975, the situation became even more volatile in Portugal when an attempt of a right-wing coup d'etat led by the first and former president of the revolutionary Portugal, António de Spínola. When Spínola's attempted coup failed, the most revolutionary actors within the army, with the support of the Communist Party, they aimed to go further in the process of transformation of Portugal. And so we have a situation in which the so-called ongoing revolutionary process was set into motion, and in which, on the one hand, we have elections going on in Portugal on actually April 25, and we have a constituent and assembly being composed. We have a government, another provisional government led by military, also left inclined, Vasco Gonçalves, and we also have a council of the revolution, so quite a complex situation that was regarded with some reluctance from the perspective of the European actors. That's what this cartoon published on the Daily Mirror, a very quite sensationalist newspaper, but a funny depiction, reflects. So in this context, the European community developed a wait-and-see attitude that the Commission at the time described of being one positive but cautious. Let's be cautious about what might happen in Portugal. In this context, the idea of using financial aid, the promise of financial aid to Portugal to encourage pluralistic democracy in opposition to the most revolutionary vision of the Portuguese transition was put on the table of the European institutions. And so, in the months that followed March 1975, the internal situation in Portugal brought the talks on European community investment being linked with that idea of pluralistic democracy. After the first democratic election that actually occurred on the 25th April 1975, during a period that the historiography calls the hot summer of Portugal, verão quente, the EC decided to adopt a clear stance prompting Portugal to adopt pluralistic democracy. The Commission took the lead, and at a meeting of the joint committee between the European Commission and Portugal, because actually Portugal was then bound by a commercial agreement, by a trade agreement with the European Community, the Commission proposed to the Council to open negotiations on an emergency aid to Portugal that should avow pluralistic democracy. At that time, in the report that the Commission addressed to the Council, she said, "It is clear that in the current international political context, only the Community is in a position to take initiatives which are not only wide-ranging and effective, but also acceptable to an important sector of Portuguese opinion. Emergency aid of this kind should be seen clearly in the perspective of the establishment in Portugal of a pluralistic democracy and the Community's interest in giving her effective support to achieve this end. If Portugal were to abandon this objective, or if it were to become unachievable, the reasoning in favor of aid would lose all its validity," stressing that of the EC. So, in the Portuguese context, the European Community clearly took position in favor of the more moderate forces in the revolutionary context of Portugal, especially in support of the most Europeanistic figures, such as Mário Soares, but even such as the Minister for Foreign Affairs that succeeded him, Melo Antunes, who was also military. And that's how it came up with the idea of allowing Portugal financial aid of $150 million, if I'm not wrong, at an interest rate of 3%, which actually would to be granted by the European Investment Bank. And this is actually also quite significant because for the first time the European Investment Bank would allow financial aid to a country that was neither a member of the Community nor an associated country, nor an associated partner either. And that's what happened in Portugal after the events of November 1975, after the second failed coup d'etat that was a left-wing one, led by paratroopers and other forces within the army, and that led to the stabilization of the political situation in Portugal. Okay. And that's why this cartoon made by Horst Heitzinger shows, well, what you can perfectly imagine by watching it. Okay, let's talk about Greece. Greece was the second of these three countries to go through political change. And in Greece, the origins of the transition, as Professor Viñas also has mentioned, are to be found in the Cyprus crisis of July 1974. On the 15th July 1974, the Greek military junta, the Greek military regime, led by Ioannidis, by Brigadier Ioannidis, provoked, putsch provoked a coup d'etat in Cyprus that sent away the Cypriot president of the time, Archbishop Makarios, and that set in power a sort of puppet of the Greek regime. However, this situation led to a pre-war context in which not only the situation in Cyprus aggravated day after day, but also Turkey showed eager to intervene in the island, which it actually did a week later, starting on the 24th of July 1974, which led the Greek army generals to dismiss the colonel's regime and to call back some of the all leaders of the pre-dictatorial regime, mainly Karamanlis, Konstantinos Karamanlis, that you can see in the picture, that arrived in Greece on an airplane fled by the French President Giscard d'Estaing on the 24th of July 1974, and that, well, it's not Karamanlis, it's Karamanlis, and that orchestrated, that took the lead in the fast democratization, in the fast political transition of Greece. So the European attitude towards Greece was that of encouraging political change, of course, but it was one of over-enthusiasm, so if so to speak. The European actors contemplated the Greek situation in the days that followed the downfall of the colonels in the summer of 1974 as a sort of restoration. Restoration, we don't know exactly what, because of course not the restoration of the monarchy. Greece remained indeed a monarchy. Restoration of democracy, yes, democratic restoration, but the problem is that the parliamentary system, that's so-called democratic system of Greece that existed prior to 1977, had been much contested also internationally. But anyway, there was this idea that democracy had been restored in the cradle of democracy, because this rhetoric of Greece as being the cradle of democracy also played an important role. And so the events in Greece were observed with contempt and, as I said, somewhat over-enthusiasm by the European institutions and European actors in general. Greece, that had quit the Council of Europe, or had been forced to quit the Council of Europe in 1979, reacceded to it in November 1974. Also, it sent also the relations between the European community and Greece that had been mildly frozen during the years of dictatorship, they turned back to normal, and a Greek request of membership arrived to the European community in June 1975 that was immediately acknowledged as a positive step, and that opened a process of negotiation that happened to be quite fast if we consider the economic and structural situation of Greece during those years, and if we compare it to the later negotiation processes of Portugal and Spain. And what we see here is on the right, Karamanlis in one of his famous walkabouts in Greek cities before the first parliamentary election that took place on the 17th November 1975. And on the left, the famous actress Melina Mercouri, but that also came back from exile some days after the fall of the colonels, and who was herself a candidate at that very election. She was not elected then. She would be 3 years later, and she's putting her vote that very day. Finally, Spain, 1976. Okay, let's go for it. If you're a Spaniard, you are very familiar with this image. Okay, that's we can barely hear him. If you are Spanish, you know that what he's saying, español es Franco ha muerto. That's the Prime Minister Carlos, the head of the government, the Presidente del Gobierno, as it's called in the Spanish system, Carlos Arias Navarro, who announces the death of Franco on television on the 20th November 1975. And this is an image taken for the Associated Press agency in the streets of Madrid of the day after. Two men reading the headlines. So actually, Spain took a lot of ink and a lot of paper in the press of the autumn of 1975. The situation in Spain was particularly seemed particularly interesting for the press of those months. It is important to mention that the relations between Spain and the European community and the Western partners in general had been hampered by the last executions ordered by Franco's regime at the end of September 1975. Namely, on the 27th of September 1975, the 5 last executions of the dictatorship were achieved, which led to a wave of unrest, of international unrest. Well, it had already triggered international unrest in the days before, but on the 29th September 1975, there was much unrest in response to show disgust, to show disapproval of what had happened in Spain all over the world, whereas in the West or in the East, for instance, here in Brussels, well, the embassy of Spain was taken by a group of students that got into the premises of the embassy, and also some civil servants of the European Commission manifested right next to where we are on the 29th of September 1975 to protest against Franco in front of the Commission headquarters. Many of them, they sent letters to the president of the Commission, François-Xavier Ortoli, urging to suspend negotiations with Spain, and most of the EC members decided to withdraw their ambassadors from Madrid in the days that followed, And eventually, the European Commission decided indeed to suspend its negotiations with Spain without consulting the Council on the 1st of October 1975. Okay, you're going to ask me which negotiations? So at that time, also Spain was bound with the European Community by an agreement, the so-called preferential agreement of 1970, and for 2 years, they had been negotiating the implementation of the agreement after the accession of Britain, Ireland, and Denmark to the European Community. So that's what they were negotiating, and those were the negotiations that the European Commission decided to halt on the 1st of October 1975. On the 6th of October 1975, after 3 hours of discussion, the EC Council finally decided to break off temporarily relations with Spain. Nevertheless, the representatives of the member governments failed to achieve a common position towards Spain farther than this. In the weeks that follow, most of them sent back their ambassadors to Madrid. So by the time of Franco's death on the 20th November 1975, all the EC members maintained, again, normal or somewhat normal diplomatic relations with Spain. And the EC embargo on the negotiations was lifted on the 20th January 1976, when the Commission resumed its talks with Spain. So, what's important here is that the attitude or the European perspective of what was happening in Spain was one of probably skepticism and a lot of uncertainty. Even though, well, we are talking about the 50 years of, well, democratic Spain, well, you've already got it. Well, democratization did not occur 50 years ago in Spain. It happened later on. Actually, for the whole year of 1976, we could say that Spain remained a dictatorship indeed. Not much was changed. And it was the so-called reform referendum of the 15th December 1976 that really started out the process of transition, which was a very long one if we compare it to those of Greece and Portugal, which was also a very sensitive one. For political reasons, there was not this idea of setting up a new order, as had been the case in Portugal, and to some extent in Greece too, where, while the responsibles of the dictatorship had been tried, many of them had been sent to prison. And also a context marked by social unrest, by violence too, police violence, far-right violence, terrorist violence. We have these terrorist groups implementing or multiplying their actions in 1976, 1977. The Grappo for the far left, ETA for the Basque country nationalism, etc. So Spain represents a case of a step-by-step transition that was contemplated in a way from afar by the European institutions that did not engage into the process until that democratization seemed already apparent, a reality which we could probably date in the year 1977. Okay, this cartoon reflects that European perspective, the European, view on Spain after Franco's death. Should Spain get on the car of anarchy? Should she get on the bunker, so on the car of continuity with the dictatorship, on the gulag, on the communist car, or more significantly, on the car of Europeanization? And so, to conclude, we can say that the end of dictatorial rule in Southern Europe led to new models of democratization, and that's what the scholars of the so-called transitology had been studying for almost 50 years now. Europeanization played a key role in Southern European transition, not only as a goal, but also as political principle that inspired many of the political forces involved in these processes. And quid pro quo, we could also say the Southern European democratization also contributed to the political progress of the European community, the so-called constitutionalization of the European community, as the idea that in order to be a member of the European community, a country had to be an accomplished Western-like democracy based on human rights and rule of law, also had an impact on the internal transformations of the European community during those years that eventually led to the first democratic election of the European Parliament in 1979. And that's a wrap for it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Victor, for your presentation, which gave us a larger context of the Spanish case. Now, I would like to introduce Professor Laure Neumayer, who just arrived from Paris. She's professor of political science at the University of Picardie, Jules Verne in Amiens, France. Her research lies at the crossroads of the sociology of European integration and memory studies with a focus on Central Europe. She studies the historical memory of communism on a European scale, the political use of the past in Central Europe, and the reconfiguration of anti-communism after the Cold War. Her publications include the criminalization of communism in the European political space after the Cold War, Condamner les passés, Mémoire des passés autoritaires en Europe and Amérique latine au XXe siècle, and Transnational Activism and the Globalization of Anti-Communism after 1989, which was recently published. She's now currently also in charge of a project dealing with the impact of illiberal democracy on the European Union, if I'm right, no, French project. So thank you very much for making the effort of coming. I would like to say also goodbye to Professor Viñas, who have to leave for medical reasons. He have a medical appointment. He told us he would not be able to stay until the end. So thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Hello, good morning. I'm sorry for being late. It was the train problem, but I'm very happy to be here at last, although I missed, unfortunately, the beginning of this conference. And so my presentation will move a bit away from Spain, actually, to analyze the way that other dictatorships were being dealt with and commemorated in the European Union, meaning the communist dictatorships. So in Central Europe, the fall of state socialism led, after 1989, to comprehensive reassessment of the past. Memory issues became abundant. Many calls for historical recognition, for legal accountability, for collective remembrance of communist-era crimes were expressed by memory entrepreneurs who are active in various spheres of society, in party politics, civil society, in artistic fields, academic fields, etc. So there were a lot of symbolic and legal steps taken throughout the region to condemn the previous regimes. So they were as I said, quite diverse decommunization policies which were implemented in those countries. First of all, through mnemonic public policies, with the creation of museums and memorials, and also a type of institutions generally called Institutes of National Memory, that I will touch upon again later. And as a whole, the restorative justice focused on victims was favored over retributive justice focused on perpetrators. Victims of human rights violations were granted reparation, restitution, rehabilitation in various modalities, of course, depending on the country. But the perpetrators were sanctioned in limited ways. There were especially legal reasons, political reasons, practical reasons for this fact. And apart from trials, which were very few, some actions were still implemented to try to shed light on the security apparatus, their inner workings, the way individuals collaborated with them in various capacities. And there was also another specificity of this transitional justice was lustration, meaning purging to try to exclude from public office various categories of individuals who had been associated with the former regime. And what is interesting for us today is that this memory activism in Central Europe was, from the very beginning, from the early 1990s, it was transnational. There was a strong coordination of memory activism around European institutions especially. And today I would like to focus on this transnational memory activism because it led to the Europeanization of an anti-totalitarian historical narrative throughout the European Union. So it had actually a deep impact on the official narrative of European organizations. It also occurred in the Council of Europe, but I will leave aside the Council of Europe for today. So this Europeanization of a very specific historical narrative occurred through three processes that I will look at one by one. The first process was coordination between institutes of national memory. The second process was the adoption of parliamentary resolutions condemning communism and its legacies in the European Parliament and the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, but again, I will not go into the details there. And third, and the least successful dimension of this memory activism was attempts to take legal steps against to deal with the perpetrators of socialist crimes or to deal with the symbols of those dictatorships, but this was the least successful type of activism, and we will try to see why that was the case. So the first point, the first dimension of this memory activism was coordination between these institutes of national memory, which were set up from the late 1990s by Central European governments as public institutions responsible for managing the files of the political police. And their names varied from country to country. Their remit was a bit different too, but those institutes, which still exist today, fulfill three main tasks. So they are in charge of the files produced by the communist security apparatus. They archive them and they also make them available to the public under certain conditions. Their second function is the one of lustration, and so purging to exclude from public life categories of individuals associated with the communist dictatorships. And the third function is research and education activities. And these institutes, from the start, have been criticized for this mix of politics and history, and the fact that they go across the borders between what is historical work and what is public or political debates about the past. But anyway, so those institutes of national memory institutionalized their cooperation throughout the Platform of European Memory and Conscience, which is a non-profit international NGO geared towards European institutions, especially, which today brings together more than 70 public and private organizations. It describes itself as an organization active in research, documentation, awareness raising, and education about the totalitarian regimes which befell Europe in the 20th century. This platform was created with the support and the impetus of the EPP, the European People's Party, which had suggested even before, in the run-up to the Eastern enlargement of 2004, the EPP had suggested the establishment of a research institute, which would also include a museum and raise awareness about the crimes of the communist dictatorships. And this idea was picked up by a group of Czech memory entrepreneurs throughout the Prague process, starting in the year 2008, a group of politicians, former dissidents, staff of the Czech Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, MEPs also, prompted the European Parliament to support the creation of this museum / memorial / documentation center about the victims of communism. So the platform, it's in this context that the platform was created in Prague in 2011 to express a twofold memory claim addressed to the European Union as a whole. The first trend is to ask for the recognition of the double victimhood of Central Europe, which had been subject to the oppression by the Nazi and by the communist regimes. And the second part of this memory claim is to have European organizations endorse totalitarian interpretation of communism, which puts it on a par with Nazism, regardless of differences between countries or between historical periods. So that is the platform aim, and it's a knowledge-based interest group. It could be described like that, and it carries out activities which are characteristic of this type of interest group. So a few examples of policy-oriented and networking events. For example, in 2022 in Prague, a conference about Russia's hybrid war against the democratic world. In 2017 in Paris, a conference to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the October Revolution and to denounce the legacies of communism in contemporary Europe. And there are a lot of these events, which are regularly organized by the platform. The platform also published, sorry, I went too quickly, organized traveling exhibitions. 3 of them have been put up so far. The first one was about totalitarianism in Europe. It was started in 2012, and it has been traveling throughout Europe and North America since then. And it also published a textbook called Lest We Forget, Memory of Totalitarianism in Europe, which first came out in 2013 and then was expanded in 2021 with new chapters on France, Spain, Italy, and Albania during the various dictatorships that existed in those countries. So the platform is a unique case, actually, of very structured and coordinated memory activism mainly directed towards the European Parliament and the European Commission. The second dimension of this memory activism, which, if I can go to the next slide, yes, was the adoption of parliamentary resolutions in European assemblies to condemn communism and its legacies. And that came about in a context where the European organizations started to include Europe's dark past in their historical narrative to make the Holocaust the negative founding myth of European cooperation, to quote Klaus Leggevi. And in the 1990s, the European Union especially imposed a mnemonic accession criterion to its future member states, which were requested to critically assess their complicity in the Holocaust, to give greater visibility to its victims. And it is against this background that memory activism started first at the Council of Europe and then in the European Parliament after 2004, because the Eastern enlargement mainly benefited conservative groups in the Parliament, the EPP especially, which included new representatives from Central Europe who immediately strove to reshape the official historical narrative. And it was a very conflictual process. It was not at all an easy path for them, because their vision of history directly clashed. So that was an EPP impetus again. Their vision of history clashed with the Western historical narrative based on the uniqueness or the singularity of the Holocaust. And those memory activists were accused by the left, by militants of the Jewish cause also, of minimizing Nazism and downplaying also the complicity of some parts of Eastern European societies in the extermination of European Jews. And their mobilization also prompted calls for the recognition of other dictatorships, such as the ones in Spain or in Italy. This activism resulted in the endorsement of totalitarian interpretation of communism by the European Parliament, which was expressed in several resolutions. Probably the most important one being the 2009 resolution on European conscience and totalitarianism, which was intended by its sponsors, its conservative and liberal MEPs who sponsored it. It was intended to express the equivalence between the Nazi and the communist regimes, but those MEPs faced a strong mobilization or counter-mobilization from the Party of European Socialists, which resulted in an ideological compromise, whereby the resolution called for the EU to recognize the victims of all totalitarian and authoritarian regimes, and not only communism and Nazism. So this led also to the proclamation of the 23rd of August as a Europe-wide Day of Remembrance for the victims of all totalitarian and authoritarian regimes, 23rd of August, which is the date of the signing of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in 1939. So this resolution was a victory for those activists in the sense that the memory of communist dictatorships was given a prominent place in the official historical narrative, and it was followed by other resolutions, the last one of importance being the one in 2019 on the importance of remembrance for the future of Europe, which signal a shift in this uses of the past in the European Parliament, since this resolution signaled a kind of securitization of memory policies, because it drew a direct line between the past, those dictatorships, and the threats against democracy in Europe. The historical memory was presented as a tool to defend democracy from disinformation or historical deformation, revisionism, etc. And this resolution also was directly mentioning Russia and the invasion of Ukraine, which was presented as the consequence of a lack of atonement for the socialist era mass violence in Russia. So there was the idea that historical memory is important, of course, in itself, but it's also important because the lack of historical awareness leads to weakening or direct attacks against democracy. And this is a picture of the MEP who was at the origin of this resolution, from Lithuania. The third aspect, doesn't seem to work. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. I think I'm stuck. I don't know if there is a... Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So the third aspect of this activism was attempts to take legal steps, or to have the EU take legal steps to deal with socialist legacies. And again, that was following policies in Central Europe, in some Central European states, to prohibit the denial of communist crimes, or to prohibit also the presence of communist symbols in the public space. And memory activists try to have the EU use those type of, replicate those type of policies, but they were unable to convince the European Commission and the EU Council to expand those prohibitions to communist crimes, and again for a mix of legal and political reasons. Their second objective in the legal dimension was to try to revive the legal proceedings which had been brought against former communist leaders or security apparatus leaders. So some trials had been organized at the national level in Central Europe, which had been inconclusive for the most part. And the Platform for European Memory and Conscience tried to have those legal proceedings revived, especially through a project called Justice 2.0, which was launched in 2015, with the aim of creating a court in the European Union to judge former communist leaders. But that idea has not been implemented. But the campaign has led to trials in national jurisdictions, so it's this campaign, Justice 2.0, which led to trials in the Czech Republic, Germany, and Poland against former border guards responsible for killings of several individuals along the Iron Curtain in the 1980s. So what happened in this with these legal initiatives was that remembrance was used as a substitute for legal treatment of communist crimes in the EU. There was a program called Active European Remembrance, which was created in 2007 during all those debates about the legacy of communist dictatorships. Again, this policy was created with the support of these memory activists, but also in a very conflictual way. It was, first of all, a success of these activists, because in 2007 they managed to have Stalinism included in a remembrance policy that was initially designed to commemorate the victims of Nazism. So that was something that they had been actively promoting. But in 2013, the program was renewed, and again, some conflicts arose as to the scope and the perimeter of the program, and its only focus on Stalinism and Nazism, whether this was too restrictive, and whether other periods of European history should be included in it, in this program, fascism, colonialism, slavery, etc., which led to a large scope when the program was renewed in 2013. So it included initiatives that reflect on the causes of totalitarian regimes, commemorate the victim of their crimes, which was already the case before, but also activities concerning other defining moments and reference points in recent European history. So the program was lost in a way its initial focus on those only Stalinism and Nazism. So to conclude, I think we can say that this Europeanized memory activism was partially successful. It was successful, first of all, because it contributed, or it led to the endorsement of a totalitarian perspective on communism by European institutions, with this anti-totalitarian narrative, which has become really the core of the official historical interpretations put forward by the EU. And this issue of communist crimes and totalitarian legacies is still present on the EP agenda, especially through the activities of an informal group called On European Remembrance, led by the Lithuanian MEP who was behind the 2019 resolution, which organizes exhibitions or conferences through the celebration of historical anniversaries in the European Parliament. But this success is partial because, well, first of all, because there were no legal steps taken by the EU against the perpetrators of these crimes, and also because these actions, these symbolic remembrance activities, really have a Central and Eastern European flavor to them. They don't have a big resonance in the wider European space. The commemorations of 23rd of August or the 25th of May, which is the date when the Polish army officer and intelligence agent Witold Pilecki was executed. So these dates are commemorated mainly in Central Europe, although they are supposed to be Europe-wide days of commemoration. So the vision of history put forward by these memory activists has a regional rather than a pan-European significance. And the second limitation of this activism is that the anti-communist cause was in a way diluted in the European institutions into a blanket condemnation of all totalitarian and authoritarian regimes. And it was also implemented through a focus on commemorating the victims, which is a very consensual focus, much more than punishing perpetrators, which was one of the aims of these activists. Which shows, and the fact that the European institutions are still struggling today, 35 years after the fall of these dictatorships, to establish common grounds for a culture of remembrance that could strengthen democracy and human rights in a context where those principles and values are increasingly threatened, including in Europe, in the European Union. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I would like to apologize because we are over time, so we cannot go into questions time, and apologize. But of course, as you saw, the authors, the presenters make a good job to try to give you an overview. But of course, I will be here the whole day. I have all the presentations, so if I can make any comment or solve any question you would like to raise, I would be available the whole day. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we can start now. First of all, I want to thank the organization for inviting me. As we all know, history does not happen by chance. Neither does personal history, in my opinion. Although I'm quite surprised in a way that I'm here. I'm here invited. When I think back, then I remember that in the early 60s, as a young girl, there was a Spanish guest worker, as we mentioned them, and he came in my family house with the intention, he said, to learn me some Spanish. It didn't work out quite well, I have to confess. My Spanish is still very poor. But nevertheless, I think it was a seed that leads me to this conference. There was another incident or chance, and that was when, after my French studies, I had the first book, French book that I translated, was from a Spanish writer who lived in France and wrote in France, and it was in 1971. And the book was Babylon by Arabal. And this book was of great importance for me. It was the first time that I really read about the Spanish War. It's a very beautiful little book in which Arabal describes how he still missed his father. When he was 4 years old, his father was imprisoned by Franco's regime, and he never came back. He only has a vague memory of his father. But only vague, because his mother, who was in the Franco regime, she cut out all the photos in the family album from the father. So, and then the third was when I organized an international sculpture exhibition in Holland. That I met another Fernando, and that was Fernando Sánchez Castillo. He made a beautiful fountain with 4 dictators spitting at each other. It's an incredible fountain, and you made some variations on that. But anyhow, that's why I feel very honored and to have Fernando and Cristina, who also plays a role in my personal story, but that's something else, that I can interview them in a way about their work. Both are what I would call 2 angry artists, in a ferocious way almost. each work in such a way that they do not shy away from the destruction of a particular aspect of human life, history, and the way it is constructed, memorized, and perceived. For that, as an introduction to this conversation, I found 3 quotations. The first one is by Anselm Kiefer, the German artist, and he said, "There is no history, only the digestion of history, the way we deal with history." The second one is by Friedrich Nietzsche. "Artists should not pretend to be objective. Objectivity is a phrase. It makes the artwork dry and boring." Well, you will see by the end of this conversation that these 2 artists are far from dry and boring. And the third one is from Cristina Lucas. And she said, "History is not a linear narrative. I visualize it as simultaneous temporalities." So, as we have to be short, I will immediately go to the artists now, and I will ask Fernando, as the first angry artist, to tell shortly what made you angry as an artist.
I think if you are able to tell with words, I would not make any art. I think we are making responses. I always think I'm a painter, not a sculptor or not a contemporary artist. I always think I'm an abstract painter, but I'm lost with the landscape I meet in the streets, no? With the landscape of our country and with this heritage, not only by the dictatorship time, like the dictatorship time, but also with the previous parts of the history. No? But of course, when you go to, you do an excursion with your school and then you visit the cross, bigger than the Eiffel Tower in the landscape, and then your mother gives a sandwich to eat next to these things, and then you realize that there is thousands of people in a cave. Then I don't know if it makes you angry, but makes you to create an image as a response of that. No, so as you mentioned Nietzsche and Kiefer, I would mention also Sartre, that says you are also what the history makes with you. So it's difficult for Spanish artists to escape. I congratulate those ones that can escape from the legacy of the past images, but I think it was impossible or very difficult for me to escape of the images and the feeling and the landscapes I am surrounded.
Nevertheless, you see a lot of images, but how do you choose your subjects? I mean, there is so much that you can work with, but how do you choose?
We had a little talk yesterday, and you told me not to talk about this, yes. But I'm going to talk about this as an angry artist. I consider myself a collector, or in the scale of my possibilities, like a parallel state. So, as a collector, collect the things that the state doesn't want to collect or doesn't want to keep. And as an artist, I complete the images that are missing. To me, to complete this, we have like a history books. Well, you know, history, many people can make book of history, and they can be manipulated. But in my history books, there are many missing pages, and I try to put them. And we try to complete these past images, but every time you get into kind of completion comes a new page and a new page and a new page. And it's incredible how every week we have in our country new pages and related with image, because you are all talking about concepts. And what the most important images I saw here, there are images either by artists, like with the carnation flower, or jokes, which is the only thing that is allowed to do for artists, to do jokes. So most of my works, when I will show it to you, you will laugh. You say, okay, it's an angry artist. So it's the most powerful weapon we have in Spain, in Portugal, in some other countries. I'm thinking of Dan Perjovsky, for instance, from Romania, to erode power. And to erode also the system of art, which is highly aesthetic and sometimes wants to forget or is used to forget history.
Could you say that you're making a reinterpretation of those symbols?
I think art is all the time about to reinterpret. Marcel Duchamp said that art is a game. It's a game with the objects of the future in the present for the generations of the future. So interpretation, reinterpretation to filter or to use those images that are trying to use you in a way, I think is a human response. I think is the most, not to assume all the images, but to create a counter image. Gilles Deleuze, I don't know, maybe I'm getting too philosophical. Gilles Deleuze said, created the term información, against information. We are not giving information. Art is not information. People try to read, historians try to read as information and try to read like a hieroglyphic. But art is an image that fights other images. And contemporary art is not culture. This contemporary art is not culture. Sorry for politicians, for all of you. It's critical of culture. And that's also by an important curator from Belgium, Jan Hout, that all of us, when we participate in exhibitions in cathedrals and in very incredible places, archaeological museums, he said, don't worry, contemporary art is not culture. It's the first thing you have to know is critic of culture. So
it's far from being objective.
Yeah, far. Yeah. Luckily, I'm not artificial intelligence,
no,
which is an objectivity.
No, certainly not. Could you say that you are creating new historic moments?
Maybe I'm a martyr. I don't know, and I will be part of these new representations of art. But I think I'm also part of history. Like I think the civilization is about to create a narrative and creating a narrative. But these narratives are easy to be silenced.
But I mean, when you do a performance or something in public space,
yes,
plays a sculpture in public space, then you could see it as a historic moment. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I would say it's not a historical moment, it's a failure of the system. Every time I get to do something, it's because somebody was sleeping and then they approve my application. It's because somebody was hungry enough, and he said, "I work a lot with retired people or people that are going to be retired, and then they allow me to do things that would be impossible if you want to keep your position." And so I always looking for retired people. That's my strategy. And then, so if someone of you wants to cooperate with you and you're about to retire, I'm your opportunity. I'm your executor. And what else? Yeah. So I wouldn't say it's a historical moment, because I don't consider myself heroical, like trying to save. Just on the contrary, I try to proportion someone else the opportunity to be heroical. I'm also very Catholic artist, very Christian. You would be surprised, but it's just the structure. So of course, thanks God, I don't believe in God like we can imagine, but I use also the secret of confession. So most of my work is made with confessions, things that people told me, and then I try to articulate for the rest of society. For instance, my assistant told me that he made the funeral mask of Franco and he had 2 eyelashes of Franco. So he confessed, after 30-something years, he confessed that he had in his wallet 2 eyelashes of Franco all time. So, yeah. Why you wait 32 years or 36 to tell an artist? So you see, I dress sometimes like a priest, New York priest, and then I use this strategy.
Okay, I wanted to ask you about your strategy, but you already explained why you did it, and you. I think that we all see an aspect of your strategy, and that is humor. And you're really a mockingbird. Huh?
Mockingbird.
Yeah. And I now go to Cristina with the same question. What made you an angry artist?
Well, it's different from me. I grew up early in the 70s, and then in a small village in the south of Spain. And of course, my family was a very traditional family. So on one hand, I was educated in a traditional family, but on the other hand, the democracy was coming and the TV was very interesting at that time. I mean, the young people maybe cannot...
We're talking about what period?
70s.
The 70s.
Yes. And then for me, some important things were going on in my mind on how to deal with the idea of being a citizen, that a second-class citizen in a way, being a woman. And then
you had that feeling.
I had that feeling. And for me, was the beginning of my career. I mean, my main goal to try to understand why. So in a way, is to try to understand democracy, and the feminism role has been very important also for Spain. The dictatorship moment was, of course, very patriarchal moment, and the religion was, Catholicism was very strong, the morality and the guiltiness and all those things is heavy in every soldier, but especially in women's soldiers. So for me, it was like the first angry moment, like, okay, let's see what's going on with this.
I think later, when we will show pictures, there will be an illustration of this quotation of you that I read in a catalogue. In that quotation, you were referring to a song in the 70s. If I Had a Hammer.
Yeah, very nice song.
Yeah, and the picture that you will see her really hammering. Tell about that.
Well, in 2008, I mean, we met.
Who was the singer again? I forgot.
Nina.
Oh, that was a man.
Yeah.
Okay, then come to that.
And after being, while I was in the Rice Academy where we met, she was advisor at the Rice.
Yeah.
I was thinking, you have time to think and to develop an important project, and that was a very important project for me. And then I knew, of course, the anecdote of Michelangelo asking the Moses, talk, hitting the nails in the. It's just maybe absolutely a fake history, but it's something very relevant. For me, I was thinking that that performance should going on, because the father of the three monotheistic religions should talk and say something. We are always fighting. The three monotheistic religions are still fighting nowadays in a very strong way. And also is the father of many injustice, and especially is the father of the patriarchy. And of course, Nietzsche said that we have to make philosophy with the hammer. So I decided, okay, let's make it a performance out of it. And then I took a hammer and a replica of Moses, same size. It was such a big mess to find out all those ingredients. And then I start hitting the statue and ask, talk. Yeah. Of course, it was a distraction of the statue because the statue never answered anything.
Absolutely. It places you in the radical feminist movement of the 70s. And which brings me to a very contemporary aspect of radical feminism. We in the Netherlands have Met Mina's again. And Met Mina was the name of a feminist movement in the 70s that were fighting for free abortion, being boss in your own belly, that's how it was mentioned, and so on. So the rights of women. And we have that again now. The younger generation is taking this movement from the past anew, which I think is an illustration of the times that we live in, with the bread wives in the United States and so on. But okay, that in relation to what you also said once, that history has this swing of back and forth all the time. And what you said, that history has not a linear narrative. You choose you try to visualize simultaneous temporalities. Can you tell something more about that?
Yeah, of course, I think although I said that I made a lot of timeline projects. It's a consequence of thinking about why are we living in this situation nowadays, where it's coming from, and who was beginning with this story. Like, for instance, the machism is coming from the religion, obviously, but the timeline helps to visualize how it has been moving along the history. And then, for instance, one of my main project, the very long-term project, is finding aerial bombing from the civilians. Is a kind of timeline. But in this timeline, you see again and again the same action, aerial bombing over civilians through the history, since it is possible to fly. In an homage to Guernica by Picasso.
So?
Guernica.
Guernica,
yeah. An homage to Guernica, and thinking that the victims of this universal art world is unfinished and ending. So I decided to put in a timeline with a lot of researcher teams the aerial bombing of civilians along the different worlds. And then it is a big deja vu, because although the time is passing, the technology is changing, but the image of the destruction is the same image. And so it's a big deja vu.
Yeah. And you also made new cartographies. You draw borders based on responses from people to questions about social factors like gender, economy, and relationships. And you make new cartographies based on the answers of normal people. I think that's very interesting also, because it gives a totally different aspect of how you can make, how you can see the world and the borders of a country. Those are the mini stories, huh? that you told about, which is in a certain way something different from what you're doing, because you're not telling mini stories, but more general stories in which the individual is part of it. Well, you give an example of that.
I'm interested not by the main history, but by liminal histories. Some of them are absurd. Absurdity is part of the strategies of art. Here in Belgium, you know it quite well, no? With the surrealism, with Magritte. And how can you talk about Second World War or First World War without better than the surrealism and the image that creates humor, because you don't understand what you are looking at, and then you anthropologically you show your teeth, which is in fact to show your weapons. No, when monkeys don't laugh, or the bonobos, they laugh, they smile, but in fact what they are doing is to show the teeth. So when we laugh, it's because we feel kind of aggression that we don't understand, we don't know where to put in our brain. So we laugh, and then we show our teeth. So most of my work is always a laugh or teeth showing to get a dialogue, no? Some kind of dialogue to create a new image. So I'm interested in images, in images that are not interested mainly by historians or politicians, and those are my points. With this little brick, I can make something that the absurdity can create chaos in the whole building. That's what it.
Yeah, as we have little time, and I think it's important to illustrate what you have been talking about. I suggest that we show now some pictures of these artists here.
Maybe Cristina first, which mine is. But it will be also possible first to be Cristina, or
to start with Cristina. Is that possible with her hammering?
I better start.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
Start.
I can show some images. Sorry, it's my webpage. I brought a presentation like you do, with a beginning and with an end. But maybe we can see something here that maybe also you can continue later. I'm going to show you just some general view of my webpage. This is a video called Architecture for the Horse. It's where I study philosophy. And my university was made in '68 after the riots in Sorbonne. And then the dictator decided, okay, let's do a university to control students. Let's put it in a dump, in a place to control, with an access and an exit, next to the main army headquarters. And I don't know if it will work, the video. Let's pray. I join. Accept. You see, every time you use a computer, you have to. In Vimeo. It's not. You see, it's a mess. If you don't do it with your own computer, it's difficult. Well, I show you the web page and how students were able to fight against this very primitive weapon, the horse. So they were throwing marbles. So once the horse is in the floor is slippery and many of them, they fall. All the training that the horses has is useless. And then the animal is in panic And then police cannot control a space that was made, in fact, for students. So, yeah. This is a video that is called Táctica. I invite blind people to touch sculptures of Franco that were removed from the streets of Spain in order to know what we were all talking about. I was interested in the way blind people can make an image of something that they cannot touch because it's in a high position, in a pedestal, blah, blah. And then I used like Lazarillo de Tormes, a very interesting novel from the golden age, literature time, anonymous, by the way. I invited people to touch the sculptures of Franco. Of course, I got very limited opportunities to do that because the army protect them, because the city council is protected. There is walls of bureaucracy, and now we have a law of memoria democrática, which is not to show the images of dictator, and these images of me are illegal now. It's impossible to do this now. It's very curious that we create a law to protect us from dictator time, but we as researchers, maybe you as researchers can do it, and then I can go with you like in a secret way. But me as an artist, I got many mails. I'm doing an exhibition for Reina Sofia, and I'm trying to ask now I say I'm only interested in the horse. I'm not interested on the donkey on top of the horse. So, and it's true, I'm not interested in the guy. I'm interested in the horse as freedom, image of freedom. And only very few institutions allow me to get and to study and to make a copy, to give it to you back, the horse that was taken by the dictator. Well, this is a video to represent Spain in Sao Paulo Biennale. By mistake, I was representing Spain in Sao Paulo Biennale. That will not happen again in Venice or something like that, because what I did in that time. So we did.
Fernando, can you tell something about this rich cat dies of heart attack in
yes.
the park? Because that is such a ferocious artwork, really.
Yeah. At that moment, we were 2004, maybe a few months earlier. We were invading Iraq together with, United States, England, all. So I was asked to represent Spain. I was 34 years old. And then, as many artists in many other campaigns along the history, I wanted to go to Iraq with the troops, to illustrate, to film, to know what was going on for real. And of course, I got not permission to do that. Artists were not. Maybe journalists could do, but not artists. They told me I had to do a training course, but finally it was only for journalists, so I could not join that. Then I made a proposal to send the sculpture you have on top of Franco to Sao Paulo. So I made all the estimates and all the shipping costs, etc. And it was fitting on the budget for the representation of Sao Paulo. So I said no video, and then what they discovered that there was only one way. So I said, yeah, how will we bring back the sculpture? I said, we don't need to bring it back. We just leave it in Brazil, like many other Nazi people, and then it's a problem of Brazilian, no? Like, what to do with that? So they discovered, and then they gave me money to make this video in which I represent how is the history of a head that starts in Arc of Triumph in Madrid. Is kind of metaphoric things. And in every country I show it, they put the face, the people imagine something. No? In Chile, they thought it was Pinochet. In Barcelona, they thought it was the king of Spain. In Madrid, of course, they think it's Franco. Some people thought it was Aznar. So, in fact, is anonymous. It looks like my father, in fact, when I was modeling. But of my father, so I was shooting to him, and In this video is my assistant, the guy that helped me to do this head. He was making the funeral mask of Franco, and during that process, he took, of course, you put plaster on the cadaver, and then the cadaver in the plaster, you stick two eyelashes. So the guy kept them for many years, and then I bought from him this treasure, and now I have two eyelashes. And for a long time, I didn't know what to do with them, to analyze DNA and to know if maybe, was sterile or fertile or not. So all this thing of macho dictator was failed, because the daughter, there are many thoughts that are from the brother, and a prostitute, not, let's say, direct child, no? And maybe now is a good opportunity to send back these two eyelashes to the Valley of the Fallen, because as you may know, now we are going to finish the iconographic program of the Valley of the Fallen. It will be a big sacred form, a circular form next to the cross. We had the biggest cross, and now we have a circular cross in the base, which is the holy shape. I'm an artist. We are not innocent about that, so it's clear. No? We suffered the second clear coup d'etat in Spain made by Opus Dei. The first one was Franco, and the fascists, they removed him from power, and now we just got a second coup d'etat by Opus Dei. Okay. If one day that you see me in the river, you know what's about. Well, and I tried to play with this police that was repressing on the Guardia Civil to make art with them, or in the Netherlands to play with the repressor forces to create dance choreographies. Well, some other considerations about how Guernica was protected, how treasure of art was protected, and how to make really music, or how to analyze the space of crimes through the aesthetics. This is Tlatelolco, the massacre of 1968, in which flares, red and green, were thrown before killing the people. And there are many other attempts to change symbols. This is, the bull of Spain into donkey, maybe more appropriate. And we are very tired of Franco's horses and king's horses, so maybe donkey is better. Also, bulls are not nice, in my opinion. So I offered the donkey as a gift. Nobody in Catalonia, which is wanted, they were very suspicious, so I had to go to Andalusia. Well, I made a giant statue of Tangman that created me many problems. I cannot go back to China, and I cannot go to Spanish Pavilion in Spain. And so many other videos about how people play with death, forced troops, or how people play with the blind people playing with the biggest flag in Spain, or also how can you play with this giant cross without asking permission to the state. No, this is an image of 1997. There was no Photoshop. So I tried to create these images through video or through images that are, creating an contra-information against information according to this concept of Gilles Deleuze that I think it's very appropriate to my methodology.
You showed one little figure of a figurine of the Tiananmen Man.
Yes.
I think it would be informative to not only to tell something about that, but about your latest project with the 25,000 little figurines. You just did it last week, I think.
I did it the day before yesterday. I brought some for you. Jordi asked me to bring 50, but I think you are more than 50. I'm sorry. It's Jordi's fault. I'm a good soldier. And this is a scan. We scan, thanks to the 50th anniversary Comisariado para 50 años de paz in España, which is really great. I asked them to scan the sculpture of Franco that was in in the main plats in the Arc of Triumph, was placed for the Arc of Triumph in Spain, Madrid, and they made copies for Valencia and Santander. So it's a perfect copy of that sculpture, but without Franco. So my little innocent game is to propose you is to exchange this by a little post-it in which you can tell what you think about democracy in Spain in the last 50 years, in Spain or any other country. What do you think about the coup d'etat of Opus Dei and Guardia Civil? Well, I'm giving you ideas. You can make a drawing. You can put your keys. You can put you have lipstick. You don't, because maybe one of your hair. Well, I'm looking at Jordi. Maybe one of your hair from the mustache is enough, and then I will use it later. And then, yeah. So I'm trying to make a collection. There are 9 horses like this in Spain, and they are hidden in secret places. So the idea is to free the horse and to create imagination about creating new ways to what to do with this, with our legacy, historical legacy. So I proposed this. And the horse was made by an artist that was forced to do Franco on top. So most of the times artists, we think we are free, but it was a very short period. Artists were free, and it's only if you are rich or you win the lotto, then you are free. But yeah, we have to work on commissions. We have to be politically correct. We have to, but I'm getting about to be retired, so I can I can talk like that. And then, well, I have here 50 for you later, and maybe we can spread them somewhere, and then we do the interchange.
They are not made in China?
Eh? No, they are made in Mexico. They are made in Mexico. It's a good question, because to Mexico escaped many of the people, intellectuals, that also the government of Spain was in Mexico. So they escaped to New Spain. Mexico was named Nueva España. And in Mexico, one of the Republicans that escaped created a toy factory. And this toy factory, the granddaughter is still taking the company, and is the only person in the planet that pays attention every time I propose a new figurine. Like, Mariel, we are going to do only 500 Madres de Plaza de Mayo because they don't have money. Okay, let's do them all. You are an asshole because you are very demanding, but let's do 500 because it's a very interesting. So they are really the spirit of Republicans in Spain in exilium. So they do all these things, and they do for me. And well, I'm really happy that they are coming from Mexico, which is also a place where the Spaniards, well, not we, because I was never there, but the Spaniards sent the horse as a weapon, as a way to control, as a god to control the people. And then it's fantastic that now comes in the way of free with this dictator. So I just drop this. Where is my camera? It's scratching the ass, yeah. I'm just doing the performance. Can you take a photo? The artist, if there is no photo.
Okay, I take the word now back from you. Yeah. We can do that later. We can do that after when we. Yes. Because I want to give the word now to Cristina. Cristina, show your pieces, please.
Okay, thank you. Well, no, I just want to show you the 2 pieces that I have been mentioning before, but I'm not sure if it's possible to change the screen with my PDF. This is a question for the technicians. If it's not possible, then yeah. Technology is not always helping. He left.
No, but maybe you can show it on the website if you have something on the website, because I don't know if he's there.
No, but she was supposed to be.
But he's not.
Okay, I will send you then. We can send it by email.
No.
Oh,
No.
Thank you. Sorry, I created all this mess.
That's what you usually do as an artist, no?
Cristina also lives with me and I have to apologize. But I give nice gifts.
Yeah. There we are. There we are.
Oh, okay. This is it. So this is Habla, the talk, the piece, and you see it was quite intense performance. So what else? Oh, here we have the Unending Lightning project that I'm collecting all the aerial bombings from over civilians from the 1912. That is documented the first aerial bombing over civilians, and it's not possible to do that without the ability to fly. So it was a big dream, and it was turned into a nightmare immediately after. So it goes to that moment to, it's still running nowadays. So it's just the historians, I work with the teams, researcher teams, most of them are women's because of the patients, because there are a lot of very unknown and non-important aerial bombing over civilians, but we collect all of them. So, and finally, it's quite not accurate thing because, historians doesn't like my project because we are searching on the newspapers, books, all kind of, so it's it will be never accurate, but you will understand in a way, visually, the intensity of the words. We have all the sources, and the sources are very different sources. And it's a project that always invites people to never have a unique view. And after, now it's taking 8 hours or so. And then I decided also to make some embroideries because you can really get a visual idea of what happened after an intense conflict. So in this cartography,
embroideries.
Yeah, this mechanical. It's machine embroideries.
Okay.
But every little stitch, it's welcome, and so the fabric is very affected. So you see how this fabric is intensely affected, and then you can feel like a scarf, not like a kind of cartography for getting all the information, of course, but so I'm just making some different embroideries from different.
And it really works with the senses.
Yes.
The senses. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can feel it in a way, visually.
So it was a reef war where it was so dense, because it was a reef war in the 1920s.
Yeah. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
No, but I want something else. I'm sorry that we have no pictures of that, because one of the works that I saw last year from you in a gallery in Amsterdam was a long video work that was for me so emotional. It is you show actually in the video on big screens the history of the idea of progress, starting in the industrialization in the beginning of 20th century. 19th century, and then it goes more and more to the technological area that we are in now. And the disasters from this development made in the name of progress is so impressive, and so if you already didn't wonder about the future, it really makes you wonder about the future. And in what kind of future are we going to? You also worked with the video, with AI. Can you tell something, just shortly, about this video and why you made that? And what do you think of this idea of progress now?
Yeah, I think that progress is, what a word, huh? And technology is playing an important role, and the technology is really changing our life, our way of living, our mindset. And I wanted to really go through that from the kind of Anthropocene history, because we talk about politicians and all those things, but technology really changed our life. And the world, most of the world are based on the colonizing areas for getting the resources to invest on technology. And the technology leader is always winning the war. And we are now facing a very intense moment with the technology. With the near future is full of challenge. So let's think about technology a little bit more, because it's a serious thing.
Yes, but part of that in your work is your reflections on climate change, and also in the way that for this progress, for this technological development, we need precious minerals that have enormous effect on the planet. These type of works are also very shocking, I think, what you show. Can you tell something about this?
Yeah, actually, I mean, Donald Trump is just talking about that, and it seems like for him it's so clear. Like, we want to be in the Ukrainian war because we were the rare earth. That's the reason why. And most of the time, the war are based on, all the resources from many kind of aspects. And so they are very critical, and they're producing huge, a lot of problems with the climate and with the war and So I just decided to go through this history of technology and climate change and the resources as a natural step after this, together with this work of the aerial bombing of civilians. And also in the world, you can see easily how in the conventions, for instance, it's not allowed to use chemical weapons. But it's not for humanity, it's because they are very cheap. So then what is the business of the war is less intense, profitable. And it's very, a very dark side of all those stories is what is economically behind all those things, and very much is connected with that, with technology and the resources.
I would have loved to talk further with the two of you about the way democracy is going now and and about the future. But unfortunately, we have to have lunch. So and we are already off time. But
we can allow.
Yeah, sure.
It's such a key symbol of power, but also of emancipation, because, he mentioned Hernán Cortés, who came with horses, using them as weapons, but some fled, and that's how, in the 19th century, American Indians were on horseback also. Yeah. So it was at the same time a weapon, but also, counter weapon, because the horses fled.
Yeah, that's a good point. No, that's something,
I mean, it's amazing because there were no horses before Hernán Cortés.
Please say that in your posting, because then that's what I'm nurturing. I'm not an artist. I'm not an artist that are not a singer. And an artist that is nurturing from your ideas, and that's why I come here to listen to your conferences. Sometimes we do conferences, or in the middle of these programs, they put an artist, and the important historians, they left. I don't know where is Mr. Viñas. I'm a fan of him. Come on, yeah, I know. But I mean, it's about to create a community, and to create that artists, we are not far from historians, or we are not far from filmmakers, or we are not elite that creates very expensive paintings, which is also true. But I mean, so if you want one of these figures, you just get a post-it and give it to me, and then I give you one of these horses. We created 25,000, which is 2 tons, which is the weight of the horse, the real horse in bronze. So this is 2 tons in plastic, of course. Recycled plastic, so don't be afraid. It's only 50. So you want to come and we do the exchange, and I also can sign it for you.
Yeah, but before we all wait. Before we all do that, there's another question. Please go ahead.
You wanted that question?
Yeah. I think, and then we go away.
Yeah, sorry for the cow.
No, you don't want the question anymore.
No, it was about that. It was about
okay, perfect. Okay. Okay. Thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to everybody to this afternoon panel, Re-signifying European Dissonant Heritages, Lessons to be Learned for the Spanish Cases. In this panel, we have 4 very distinguished colleagues that are going to be talking about different case studies of resignifications in Europe. But I have been asked by Kostis to provide a little introduction to what's going on in the Valley of the Fallen, because as you probably know, last week there was a resolution on the winning project to resignify the monument, which is a very controversial resignification. So I'm just going to walk you very, very, very fast before we start the panel proper about what happens with this monument. I know that there are a lot of people from Spain here that probably know everything that I'm going to say, but for those of you who don't know about the monument, this is this incredible monument, now called the Valley of Colgamuros, which is the most conspicuous monument of Franco, representing the military victory of 1939. This image is now very famous in Spain. It's circulating because it has a storm over the monument, which is basically what's happening from a memorial point of view. No? So this was built over 19 years to commemorate the military victory, and it still stands in Spain without any resignification, or very little resignification. So I'm going to be showing you some images. This is one of the most controversial. I'm going to be tiptoeing over what are very, very complex issues. No, but this is just one of the most controversial topics in the monument is the use of slave labor, political prisoners, doing the hardest part of the work in the monument. Still, we don't have like a deep historical knowledge of how this happened, because the valley, believe it or not, is the most understudied monument in Spain, in spite of the controversies. No, this has to do with the ideological profiling of the monument. This is the dome. It has a huge dome with tiles, like 1 million tiles, 2 million tiles, and it represents the final judgment. And what's interesting, this is the most controversial part of the dome, because as you can see, there is like a tank and also scenes from battle, and all the flags you see there are the flags of the groups that supported Franco: the Falangistas, the fascists, the Carlistas, the traditionalists, and the Franco flag. And this means that in this representation in the dome, the fallen for God in Spain, which are those who fell fighting for Franco, belong to the community of the sainthood in Christian terms. No, so this is a tremendous ideological operation taking place in the monument. Apart from the incredible architecture, and it's a pantheon. It's a war pantheon, and this is. I'm going to just to show you some images of how this pantheon was built, starting in 1955. I mean 59. I mean the very year that was inaugurated. This is the body, the corpse of José Antonio Primo de Rivera, the founding of the fascist party, which was brought from the monastery of Escorial. It's a long story about the corpse of this guy to the valley of the Fallen, and he was interred in front of the main altar. No, then. Franco brought over 34,000 bodies from all over the country. Just imagine 20 years after the war, bringing like almost 35 or 30. We still don't know the numbers, but it's over 33,000 bodies from all parts of Spain to the Valley of the Fallen. The problem with this has been that it has been discovered in the last few years that some of these bodies that were brought to the valley are Republicans executed by Falangistas or the Franco's army, executed, extrajudicial killings, kidnapped from their mass graves and brought to the valley. Just imagine the problems that this has generated in the crypts in the valley. Then Franco was, after he died in 1975, he was also brought to the monument, which he also died in the same date as José Antonio Primo de Rivera. Both of them are November 20th, in different years, of course. And then you have this powerful memorial axis in both sides of the main altar, Franco on one side and José Antonio Primo de Rivera, the founder, I repeat, of the fascist party, on the other side. And this has stayed like this until 2019, when Francisco Franco was exhumed. And then in 2023, José Antonio Primo de Rivera was also brought out of the building. This is the exhumation of Franco, the first one. And then the second one, this is the only image we have of the exhumation of Primo de Rivera. There is another topic which is very important, because the resignification in the valley, the most important part of the resignification is funerary resignification. So you take Franco and José Antonio out of the monument, it's like taking kind of dragging, I mean, like very, very important part of the monument. And also we have like 200 requests for exhumation from the crypts, which is an extremely, extremely difficult task. These are some images from the forensic operative taking place in the crypts as we speak today. And I'm part of the forensic team working in the crypts. And a lot of bodies of Republicans have been retrieved, but only 21 of them have been genetically identified so far. So this process is going on. No? These are some of the ceremonies where the bodies from the valley, or Republicans from the Valley of the Fallen, are given back to their relatives in different parts of the country. No? This is another important thing that happened in the monument, which is like the excavation, the archaeological excavation of the military camps where the prisoners were kept, during the building of the monument, and particularly the little houses that were built by the relatives to live around them around the monument. No? And this is it. This is like what happened last week, that there was like this international call for ideas to resignify the monument, and it's a process that took place over a number of months. No? And finally, this is the project that won last week. It's a very controversial project. Still, we are starting to debate around it. It's basically an architectonical project I was in the jury, but I didn't have a vote, and I didn't like it, so to speak. No, but basically, it's an architectural gesture. But in my view, it doesn't have like the memorial component is really lacking. No, so I just wanted to show you the project that ended up second, which is this one called Caminos de la Memoria, which kind of offered like a different solution to the valley. No, so I just wanted to show you these images, so you keep in mind that just tiptoeing over very complex issues, so we can kind of connect this with the other case studies that are going to be shown, explained now. So we start with Ayoko, which is a cultural curator, cultural expert, and journalist with over 25 years of experience working with African and Afro-descendant art scenes. After 6 years as co-programmer and coordinator of the Afropolitan program and festival at Center for Fine Arts in Brussels, she joined the House of European History in Brussels as a curator, where she's currently part of the team preparing an exhibition on Europe's colonial legacies. With Ayoko, I think that you're going to be talking about the African Museum de Tervuren in Brussels. So you have the floor, and welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much, Paco. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so as Paco just told, I'm Ayoko Mensah. I'm a curator here at the House of European History, but this afternoon I'm really going to talk on my personal behalf. Actually, before joining the House of European History, I collaborated for 4 years with the African Museum, so which is located in Tervuren, just a few kilometers from Brussels. I don't know if you know this museum, which is a kind of really a colonial emblem here in Belgium. And so, yes, I'm going to share, some reflection about what I call, the impossible decolonization of this institution. And yes, forgive me, I'm going to read my paper because it's really, I think, easier for me. This is how so I'm gonna structure my presentation. Yes, so the African Museum in Tervuren is an emblematic monument of Belgian colonial history. The museum originated as a colonial section at the Brussels International Exposition in 1897, built on King Leopold II orders to promote his private colony in the Congo. It was conceived as a propaganda tool from the beginning. Its purpose was to garner support and investment for the colonial project by showcasing the colony's so-called achievements and economic opportunities. The International Exposition in 1897 included a human zoo where Congolese people were housed. 7 of these Congolese died during their time there. The exhibition became a permanent museum with a new, larger building inaugurated in 1910. It was the Congo Museum, or Colonial Museum, which had been a propaganda tool for Leopold projects and then became a propaganda tool for the Belgian government's colonial rule. The display of art and objects from the colonies, particularly from Africa, was part of a broader project of classification and objectivation of cultures perceived as inferior. So yes, you have this image from the museum as it was in 1910 with this very famous statue called L'Homme Léopard. Today, the Africa Museum collections include, among other items, a vast array of ethnographic objects, over 120,000 from Central Africa, and an extensive natural science collections with millions of specimens. While the permanent exhibition remained globally unchanged since colonial times, it underwent an important transformation from 2013 to 2018. At the end of the 1990s, a new wind was blowing through ethnographic museum. And although it was not yet the decolonial movement, Western museums were questioning their role and how they represent the others. So in 2002, a new director was hired. He proposed a reorganization of the museum. The museum closed its door and reopened 5 years later in December 2018. The name changed, so it was the Royal Museum for Central Africa and became African Museum. It features highly visible symbolic reframing and transformation. For instance, so this is, yeah. For instance, in the main rotunda, the central Léopold II statue was replaced by Aimé Panet, Le Nouveau Souffle. Veils were added on colonial statuary as a tentative to shadow their narrative. A room devoted to colonial history was also added, as well as a room devoted to African diaspora in Belgium, the Afropea room. In the memorial room, which hall was dedicated to the Belgian pioneers who died in the Congo, an art installation by Congolese artist Freddy Tsimba, Ombre, named the Congolese victims of the human zoo who died in Tervuren in 1897. This is the memorial room with, all the names of the Belgian pioneers, and you can see, the art installation by Freddy Tsimba, which shows the names of the Congolese victim of the human zoo. A storage room also was created, which displayed statues that were problematic because of the message they conveyed. And later on, digital devices addressing provenance issues of a selection of objects were also provided. These changes occurred alongside disciplinary rooms, like for minerals, to exhibit minerals, stuffed animals, or plants, that largely retained uncritical approaches and continued to perpetuate colonial imaginaries. So this produced a confusing narrative across the permanent exhibition. This is one of the new room and installation about, let's talk about, racism. And it's, this kind of mix between new featuring and also some rooms which remain really totally untouched, which is very confusing for the narrative of the museum. But maybe also it just shows the complexity and the kind of paradox of the museum in this tentative to decolonize itself and the institution. So I'm going to talk about now, this collaboration with the African diaspora representative, which was also one of the aim of this decolonization. So from 2002 to 2015, representatives of the diaspora contributed to the reflection process on the museum renovation. Their role slowly took shape thanks to temporary exhibitions that contributed in particular to rebalancing European, African, and diasporic actors involved. Just one word about this painting, which is made by this famous Congolese painter Shiri Samba, and it's very emblematic of this really contradictory interest between museum representative and staff. The director is here, and the representatives of the diaspora, and especially the Congolese diaspora. And each group, is really pulling in on, and there's this L'Homme Léopard, which is really the most problematic, one of the most problematic representation of the Congolese, as really the center of the power, and also the center of this challenge to really change the representations of Africans. So in 2002, the COMRAF, Comité de concertation du musée avec les associations africaines, was created. And then in 2014, a group of 6 experts, the group of 6, of which I was a member, was elected by the COMRAF to work on the conception of the new permanent exhibition with scientists and museum curators. This group, the Groupe des Six, faced numerous difficulties: a lack of resources, a tight schedule, key decisions made upstream, and unclear specifications. In fact, it was not a co-creation, but rather a consultation. The museum was testing its idea on us to anticipate the reactions of the African descendant public. This left most of the group feeling that we had been used as a token gesture by the museum. For the group, there were issues that absolutely had to be addressed, and ways of addressing certain issues that were deeply contested. But this ultimately created very high tensions, such as some members decided to put an end to the collaboration. Indeed, how can a collaboration continue when strong opposition is not heard and not taken into account in an exhibition project? Here you can see, yes, one of the last meeting of the COMRAF, so it was really a few days before the reopening. Finally, COMRAF set 2 conditions to be present at the inauguration of the new museum in 2018. A public apology by the director and the installation of a plaque in memory of the 7 Congolese who died during the international exhibition. Okay, so this is some of the request of the COMRAF. The COMRAF wanted actually to be much more present structurally in the museum organigram. So among others, they asked for the inclusion of an African Community Council, so the COCAM, in the museum structure, with decision-making and advisory powers on matters to be defined. Only a minority of COMRAF members and of the Groupe des Six were present at the inauguration. This is the installation of the plaque, which happened just a few days before the opening. And you can see the graves of the 7 Congolese, which are really near the church in Tervuren. So this collaboration illustrates the difference between being heard and really sharing decisions, a distinction that has also a huge impact on how museum is perceived by publics. This is another art installation by the same artist, Freddy Tsimba. The complex role, of artists and transmitters or mediators. So artists and symbolic interventions are symbolic interventions. In the museum, creations in the Rotunda function as a decolonial commentaries on the historical institution. The Restore project, this project which covered by a drape some colonial statue in the Rotonde, activated responses among Belgian veteran groups. In 2020, these Belgian associations of Congolese, let's say, colonizers, sued over the drape covering the statue, "Belgium brings security to the Congo." The museum lost, and the caption was taped over. This episode is instructive, because beyond the relation between the institution and the African diaspora, other publics perceive changes as affront to their honor, to their identity, and to their identity. Such reaction confirmed that decolonization is not purely internal curatorial matter, but unfolds within a contested public sphere. Rather than weakening the role of art, this call for interpretative tools that it anticipate the controversy and help visitors make sense of it. For example, short labels with why this provokes, clear notes on who decided and what and why, or prompts such as how might different publics read this intervention. The objective is to frame disagreement and emotional reactions as normal, to signal that multiple readings are legitimate objects of reflection instead of failures of the exhibition. These tools should be paired with deliberative fora that process disagreement, like facilitated dialogues, stakeholders-led tours, mediated discussions, and visitors' feedback stations. Here you can see also decolonial guided tours made by representatives of the diaspora, and which is, I mean, one of the initiatives promoted by the museum. Today, the Africa Museum tries to become a site for reflection, negotiation, and transformation. The concept of the contact zone by James Clifford provides an essential framework for understanding its dynamics. This term refers to the spaces where disparate cultures, identities, and powers meet, often marked by inequalities and tensions. And ethnographic museums, through their evolving museography and scenography, now serves as this space for dialogue between colonial powers and source communities, but they are not. They are still very embedded in, unbalanced relationships and power structure. Thank you. Yeah, this is still.
Ayoko, extremely complex case. I hope we have the time to discuss it a little more in detail later. So now we have Rita. Hello, Rita. Welcome. She has served as director of the Museo do Aljube, Resistencia Liberdade, in Lisbon since August 2020. She's a former member of the Portuguese Parliament, 2009 to 2019. And a columnist for Visa magazine. He holds a degree in political science and international relations from the Universidade Nova de Lisboa and has developed pedagogical content in the fields of citizenship and development education. She has curated major exhibitions, including 25 April Always, 50 Years of Protest and Resistance, and before it was independence, it was a liberation struggle. So how do you turn like a former jail into a space for citizenship? That's the question.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation, Paco, and all the organization to be here. It's very interesting that I think that the Spanish friends are doing an important job about the question of preserving democratic memory. And sometimes I think that Portugal has museums, but don't have a law of democratic memory. Spanish have a law of democratic memory and don't have museums. So it would be interesting to think about the public policies of memory, of democratic memory, and all the work that we do in these times that are very challenged. So it's very interesting to hear you, because we had a temporary exhibition that it called The Colonial Act, because during the fascist dictatorship, it exists a law that calls Colonial Act, because Portugal presents like a superior to civilize the old colonies. And we had a temporary exhibition that calls The Colonial Act. And we had a cycle of cinema. And one of the documentaries that we show, it was about a museum of the Museum of Africa, and called Palimpsest du Musée d'Afrique. And it was very interesting when we passed the documentary, because it talks about all the things that you talk, and the conflict during the process between the communities, the diasporic and the other communities, and the process of the museum. And that was very interesting. Portugal did that work, I think, about another museum that exists, that is the Ethnology Museum, but has a lot of reserves from the old colonies materials. And when I think about museums, I can say that I think about two types of museums that came from, I don't say this very well in English. If it's not okay, you help me with the translation. Something like museums that comes to the floor, to the up, and comes from the up to the floor. Museums that are decided by elites, political elites, religious elites, economic elites, and in a certain way represents something that the power wants to show it, and it thinks that is important. And there are another kind of museums that are conquered to the elites. And our museums, I think in the main part, community museums that conquered their existence. And the Aljub Museum is something like this. We had the largest dictatorship of Eastern Europe. It was 48 years of dictatorship, and Portugal had something like 35,000 political prisoners, and we are not talking about people in Africa that were not accountability in this question, so we are talking about much more people, of course. In this millennium beginning, the headquarters of the old political police was sold to a luxury condominium. And when that happens, with a lot of buildings that exist in Portugal nowadays, when that happens, a lot of former political prisoners and their organizations of memory mobilize themselves to find some place in Lisbon that was a place of memory, but to transform in a museum. It was a very important movement to transform a place that, in this case, Aljub Museum is a museum, but is also a place of memory, a site of memory, to do the work about preserving and sharing democratic memory. And that's what happens. It was a process. This year, we are celebrating 10 years of existence, and I did this book because I want to stay with the narrative of the people who started the museum, because sometimes people makes me questions that I don't have answer because I was not in the beginning. And it's a very interesting process, comparing also with your presentation, because the long-term exhibition, the decisions about the building and the design inclusive were decided by the former political prisoners. They made the exhibition and they were there arrested. So, of course, then when they enter in that space, it's a very different experience of me when I enter in that space. They remember the stairs, the places where people were tortured and were arrested. So this is an important question that I think that was very important, the autonomy and the respect to the autonomy of this group and to their perspective. That is the perspective of someone who was there arrested. I would like to say that we do a work that is very linked with the questions of the social importance of the museum. When I was doing this book, I was thinking that if it was today, this museum will be open. I don't have an answer, but I think that would be much more difficult, and I don't know if it would be possible at all. So our challenge is not only that the museum stay open, but stay lived and like a force. That I think that the better way that we have to defend this kind of museums is to give them some sense of community and give them some importance in the work that we do with the community. And we have a very important work and direct work with schools. In Portugal, we have more than 12% of the students in the high school study history. Only 12%. So only 12% of young people in Portugal studies the history of resistance, the process for struggle for freedom and democracy, because before that it's just a very simple study of this part of history. And what I feel and what we feel in the work that we do, it's unfortunately people don't know our recent past. And when we don't know our recent past, as by the morning was said, we don't have all the conditions to understand our present and to think about challenges and ways to solve the problems that we have. About the questions also of sharing memory and democratic memory with the young generation, sometimes I feel that is not only a work to do with the young generation. Other old generation don't know also our recent history because we were a country that exists a censorship and a lot of news about people that were arrested, about the colonial war, about were forbidden. So people don't know at all our recent history, and we don't know as community and as society the impact of 48 years of resistance. There is a dimension of the repression, the torture, the prisons, and all of that, but there is also a questions of values, a questions of poverty, a questions about the economic underdevelopment. Portugal was a very, very poor country, so we don't know this impact in development of the country, even after 50 years of the revolution. It was very interesting to hear by the morning the different presentations, and there is something that we are yet discussing in Portugal. And now this is a very important moment because it's a very a moment of very conflict about this. We have democracy because we had a revolution, or we have democracy despite the revolution. This is a question that divides the line about the question of the revolution. Our transition to democracy and to freedom was not a pacific transition, was a revolution. And was a revolution that started like a military act that transforms in the day in a military movement, and in the own day in a popular revolution. And I think that is not possible to think about the revolution, the Carnation Revolution, without thinking about 48 years of dictatorship, but 48 years of resistance, because the resistance against the dictatorship started in the first day of the military golpe. So it's very important to remember that in the 25 April, in the day of the revolution, on the radio, military said, don't come to the streets. It's very dangerous, but people come to the street. And when people of Lisbon, because 25 April, it was more an event on Lisbon, the 1st May, the first May in freedom was all over the country, but in Lisbon, it was the 25 April. Military said to people to don't go to the street, but people came to the street. And that was the turning point of transform a military golpe into a popular revolution. And I think that is very important. And in the 50th anniversary of the revolution, we are not yet in conditions to do this discussion because we do it in a very moment that is marked by the extreme right parties with more power in Portuguese society. And this discussion is polluted by conflict and violence all the time. I just would like to say, to finish, that sometimes I think about the struggle. The Aljube Museum is the museum dedicated to the memory of the resistance. And since I'm there in the museum working, I like to think about these concepts in the plural. Memories of resistance, because are different process with different characteristics, even people in the same organization or in another perspectives. But when I think about the question of the main role of the museum, I think about I feel that we are even in the base of education for human rights. We are not discussing at all if it was how it happened, the revolutionary process, how it happened, the different influences of the military, the popular, the economic actors at all. We are even talking about the question of empathy with the victims. We are even talking about the colonialism and the anti-colonial war. Because it was very interesting. There is a word, a sentence that calls that the 25 April was born in Africa, and some of the military didn't like so much about this sentence, this idea, because. Or in another way, they like it and they say, yes, I say this for a long time because it was there in the colonial war that was for 13 years during that we had conscience that we were a colonial country, a racist country, and we have to end the colonial war because it was a military war that could not be won, and we were in a very different condition. But what people say, it's another thing, because this sentence that the 25 April was born in Africa is a sentence that came from the black movement of the people. Because the colonial war was not possible to win because it happened liberation movements with all the work about this. So when we are talking about these questions, we know that we have so many perspectives to bring and so many rich perspectives with other questions. And it's a difficult work. We are only 14 people in our team only, so we do all the things. But I think that the best way that we have to protect the museum is understand the conquer of democracy as a daily work. We conquered the freedom. We didn't conquer the democracy. Democracy is a daily work that we do. Sometimes we have more chances. In other periods, we don't have it. Sometimes there are violent episodes. But we have to try to fight against the fascism. I'm from a region of Portugal in the south, that is the land. And I think sometimes I think about the question of the racism, the neo-fascists and fascisms, like the bad herbs that grow on the lands. Sometimes we have more power to stop them. Sometimes they grow with more forces. And now we are in a very difficult time. But I think that as in other times, with solidarity and with the perspective of democratic rules that we wanted, we have to resist again. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Rita. Sometimes I'm so jealous about some of the memory processes taking place in Portugal, and because for one thing, you have the liberation movement coming from Africa, and we have the fascists coming from Africa. We are such sister, brother countries, but our political histories are so different. So thank you very much. And also with the theme of decolonization that you have both touched upon, that's something we don't have in Spain. I mean, the debate on decolonization in Spain is almost non-existent. So, okay, we'll talk about this later if we have time. So now we have Christian Dürr. He's a historian and curator at the Mauthausen Memorial in Austria. He studied philosophy and considers himself to be a street philosopher, history and communication theory at the University of Vienna, and began working with the Memorial's archival department in 2001, so quite a while. Since 2006, he has headed the Mauthausen Memorial Archives and its scientific unit, as has been a key member of the steering group for the conceptual redesign of the Mauthausen site. I could participate in part of this process, so I got to know him, and it's pretty interesting what they are doing there. So Dürr curates the current permanent exhibits at both the Mauthausen and Gusen memorials, and co-edits the series Mauthausen Studies in Mauthausen in Erugan, more or less. I wasn't sure. So thank you. And he's going to be talking about this process, this participatory process to redesign the memorial of Gusen, and it's incredibly interesting. So, Christian.
Thanks a lot. Well, thank you, Paco. Thanks to the organizers. Thanks for the invitation and for this wonderful day here. I'll stand here so I don't have to break my neck watching my own slides. I've prepared several slides. I go through them very quickly because I think there are too many. But yeah, the idea, as Paco said, is to give you an idea of an ongoing project which we are carrying out as institution, Mauthausen Memorial, which is creating basically a new site of memory at the place of Gusen, the former concentration camp Gusen. But before I start, I would like to pick up on two things that Rita just said. Rita emphasized the importance of bottom-up museological projects as opposed to top-down. I think this project has both aspects. It's, you could say it's a top-down project, but with a very strong part of bottom-up involvement. Or you could say from its genesis, it's even a bottom-down project, which is gets now the help from bottom-up, so to say. And the other thing, maybe we can discuss all that later, also what you said, that your museum was basically made by the political prisoners themselves who were captured there. That's interesting because I wonder which is there one view of political prisoners on that, or are there competing views? Because that would be the case of Gusen, for example. We're talking there about more than 30 different nationalities that have been held captive there. And obviously the views on this history, they are not always compatible. So, very quickly about the history of Gusen. Gusen was a branch camp. We don't say a sub-camp. It was a branch camp of Mauthausen. Mauthausen, the main concentration camp on Austrian grounds, which existed from 38 to 45. Gusen was founded just 1 year later, in late 39. And it existed throughout the whole Nazi period until its liberation in May 1945. We are talking about approximately 72,000 prisoners of more than 30 different nationalities passing through this place, and more than half of them died or were assassinated in Gusen. I will switch over this. You can here see, the pointer doesn't work apparently. Okay, never mind. In the middle you have the concentration camp Gusen, on the right the concentration camp Mauthausen, and on the left the Berkistal galleries or tunnel system, which was excavated and constructed by prisoners of the camp Gusen. Somebody's taking a picture, so I'll wait a little bit. I'll skip this movie because it would take us too long. I'll skip this here. And I come straight to the history of the place after its liberation in 1945. I'll talk a little bit about the decades after 45 until the present, and then I'll tell you about the current ongoing process, and all this in the remaining 12 minutes. I hope I make it. As you can see on these images taken in the late 40s, early 50s respectively, that within a very few years after the camp's liberation, the camp started to disappear. And actually, in the late 50s, there was almost nothing. I say almost nothing because there are still some architectural remains of the camp, but almost nothing of the camp left. The reasons are multiple. This part of Austria used to be part of the Soviet-occupied zone of Austria until 1955. The Soviets kept actually exploiting the quarries, etc. But they didn't mind so much that the Austrian population would just come around and help themselves with wood, with stones, etc. to build their own houses. So that's basically how the camp started to disappear within a few years. There was originally a cemetery to the victims made by the American troops, which existed close to the camp until the late 50s. After that, those remains were exhumed. So the situation in the late 40s was there was nothing left of the camp, but there were still many survivors, and particularly also families of victims for whom Gusen was a place of remembrance, because the family members, they died there. And when those groups came back to Gusen, there was nothing there to be seen anymore of the camp, which was obviously a huge deception for them. There was one remain, though, which is the former crematorium furnace, which we see here on this picture. And this crematorium furnace actually became the place of remembrance for all those groups coming from abroad, from different countries, Western Europe back then, later on also Eastern Europe. So the first public agents who engaged in the memory politics of Gusen were those survivor and family communities from other countries, actually, coming to Gusen, finding nothing there, and creating their own first monument, which we see here. Later on, those communities collect money, buy a plot of land on which the crematorium furnace was preserved, and construct this memorial, the Memorial Gusen, around the former crematorium oven furnace. This memorial still exists, and until this day, it's the center of commemoration in Gusen. All around this, you can see behind the memorial, there's just a family house standing. Actually, we'll see it later on another image, where there used to be a camp. Nowadays, there is urbanization. There are people living. There's a village, actually, constructed literally on the foundations of the camp. We are coming to a second public agent group, actually. The first public agent group engaging with Gusen were the survivors' communities and the families. In the early 80s, there was a group among the population in Gusen which for years have watched those people coming every May for the date of the liberation of the camp from all over Europe, searching for something and not finding almost anything. Those people from the population, it's a minority obviously, were sensitive towards these groups. And they started to engage in their local history, dig, how do you say, undig the history of the place of Gusen. And they form a small association, the so-called Gusen Memorial Committee. They not just work on the history of the place, they also organized the first public liberation ceremonies in May 1995, and from then until the present, they've done it every year. So this is the first moment when there is those two groups merge, so to say, the survivors' communities from abroad with a small group, a local community group, which engages in history. And only very much later, a second public agent, so to say, steps on the scene, which is the Austrian federal government or the Austrian national state, because until the late 1990s, the Austrian nation state was not engaged at all in Gusen as a memory site. So it was all private land, a settlement, and this small memorial site, which was basically run by the survivor communities. Only in the late 1990s, the Austrian government started to take responsibility for the memorial. It constructed a small visitor center with an exhibition. I'll skip this. The Austrian state started to renovate, to secure and to make accessible, partially at least, this tunnel complex Bergkristall, which was constructed by prisoners of the Camp Gusen. And the federal, how do you say that, Cultural Heritage Authority started a process to survey and identify all architectural remains of the former camp in the area, and based on this survey, put under protection of cultural heritage each structural remain or each architectonical remain of the camp. And as you can see here, there are several buildings preserved. Prisoner blocks where prisoners were accommodated, for example, SS buildings belonging to being part of the military base of the SS, basically the main entrance or the Kommandantur, the house of the commander, and several other buildings in this bigger area of Gusen, St. Georgen, and Mauthausen. So, and now here we come. This was a process when the Federal Cultural Heritage Authority put under protection all those architectural remains, this caused a huge scandal in the village and in the whole community there, because people feared that they would be expropriated, they couldn't build anymore on their private land what they wanted to do, etc. So there was a huge resistance forming, and this is where the fourth public agent comes to the surface, so to say, which is the local population together also with local politics. A resistance started against those plans of a nation state, and the Authority for Cultural Heritage tried to engage this by setting up citizen councils. So they called for the local population to meet, to debate, and to create a common view, a common perspective of what could be the future of this place of Gusen. And this is also where the first steps towards a participatory process were taken, long before we started it, I have to say. I skip this. Here we see the situation in 1945 and today. you'll see marked in yellow the two parts of the camp, Gusen 1 and Gusen 2, which at its maximum extension held around 26,000 prisoners. And on the right, you see the situation nowadays, the area of the Gusen 2 camp on the left, the Gusen 1 camp on the right, and you can see that there's simply, there's a village built right upon the foundations of the former camp. Highlighted in green on the right of Gusen 1, these are the some plots of land which the Republic of Austria purchased from private hands in the years 2021 and 22. And those plots of land are in the center of our project. So we've taken over things that you can see here. So really it was an industrial area with just a few architectural remains of the camp left. This is more or less the state in which we took it over in 2022. But below those estrato, como se dice, those different levels of accumulated historical levels, below those levels were still remains of the camp, like for example the wall which limited the former roll call square. On the right bottom, the stone crusher and some buildings, etc., etc. What we see here are buildings preserved, which stand on those plots of land which were purchased by the Austrian state and which in the future will be part of a memorial site that is still to be developed. Now, I don't know how much time I have left, but I'll try it in 5 minutes, 2 minutes. When we took that over, the first question was, what do we do with it? So what can we do? What do we have to do with it? It was obvious that you need some kind of architectural and landscape design intervention in it. To do so, you probably need a competition, and to set up a competition, you need some general guidelines, some outlines on what's the purpose, what's the objective, and what's the framework of a competition. How would we come to those guidelines and to this framework? We could have thought about it by ourselves. We are experts. We have worked on this history for many years and decades and whatever. But we knew from the first time there would be no acceptance for that, and there wouldn't be any legitimation for that. We needed to go back to all those public agent groups, interest groups, which have formed throughout the decades after 1945, and work with them together, and to set up a participatory process. And this is basically what we did. We started in 22 and we finished in 23. Paco Ferrándiz actually was part also of this process. We called for different groups, survivors, communities and their families, regional population, experts, diplomatic representatives of victim states. So we are talking theoretically about more than 30 states. In the end, there were 8 to 10 diplomatic representatives present in this process. And throughout 1 year, in different formats, we debated on the future of this place. And in the end, there was, you wouldn't believe it, there was really some kind of consensus. This consensus was transformed. You can see it on the top right, in which the architects, which were working together with a communication agency, which the architects called the master plan. So they were drawing up an urbanistic master plan which outlined the basic objectives, the basic guidelines for a future place. And this master plan finally was the basis for this international competition, which was called for in 2024 and which was finished this year. And actually, today's Tuesday, yesterday on Monday, the project that won this competition was publicly presented to the public and to the media, etc., etc. It's a architectural studio in Vienna called Querkraftarchitekten, who have done some other memorial site interventions before. You can see some images of their proposal. Most importantly, and with this I will finish, they propose on the top right a new access building, which would be an information center, house of deposit for the museum, and administrative units. They would convert the former SS buildings, which are preserved in its original state, into a museum building, obviously preserving their original state. They propose a commemorative space here on the bottom right, placed in the middle of a wood, which they want to preserve. There's still wood there, but they want to enlarge it, so they want to plant new trees. And they propose this concrete kind of rampart which connects all those different areas, and at the same time is a guide for individual visitors to visit this place. So this in very, very general. If anybody is interested in knowing more about this project, on our website gusen-memorial.org, you can find the 8 winning, or the 8 best projects of the competition. That's it for now, and we keep on talking later.
Thank you very much, Christian. We can also talk later, if we have time, about the difference between having a participatory project process and not having it. So which are the results? So now, just to finish with the first part of the panel, we have Magda Fytili. Welcome to the panel, Magda. She's a Ramón y Cajal postdoctoral researcher at the Universidad Complutense de Madrid, an associate professor at the Hellenic Open University, and a member of the Contemporary Social History Archives in Greece, that she's going to be talking about. So she holds a PhD in Contemporary History from Complutense with a thesis titled Between Heaven and Earth, which is very appropriate, the Republican Anti-Aircraft Defense Policy during the Spanish Civil War, published by the Spanish Ministry of Defense. Her research focuses on transitional justice, memory politics, forced migration, and the legacies of authoritarian regimes in Southern Europe. So thank you very much. Well, she also has published, participated in several international research projects, like Politics of Recognition, Rethinking the Past, Anticipating the Future, and Women in Resistance. So thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you, Paco. Thanks all the organizers for inviting me, and all of you for being here. So I think Greece is between Portugal and Spain. Greece offers, I believe, a paradox. It is a country without a state-run national museum dedicated to its dictatorship or its resistance, yet the memory of that dictatorship remains extraordinarily alive. So the 1967-1974 military regime, it lasted only 7 years if we compare it with the Spanish and the Portuguese dictatorship, but it had enough time to imprison thousands, to torture thousands at the ATESA headquarters, at the Special Interrogation Unit of the Military Police, and exiliate thousands on the Yaros prison, the Yaros Island. So the memory of this dictatorship has survived less through monuments and more through rituals, archives, and civic participation. The most emblematic, so this, you can see some anti-dictatorship demonstration here in Brussels. So the most emblematic of these rituals is the Polytechnic uprising of November 1973. For 3 days, students occupied the Polytechnic University in Athens and were demanding bread, education, and freedom. When the army sent in tanks to crush the movement, 26 people were killed. So that event became the founding myth of the post-junta democracy, a symbol of the resistance that is still commemorated today. Every year, on November 17, thousands of people, like yesterday, thousands of people, students, unions, citizens, walk from the Polytechnic University to the American Embassy, chanting the same slogans as in 1973. It's not a state ceremony, it's a ritual of citizenship, it is a memory that it's not exhibited, it is performed, and I think that its power lies in repetition every year. So after the fall of the junta, Greece took a clear political rupture, in this case more just Portugal, and not like Spain. In 1975, the Greek parliament condemned the dictatorship and banned its leaders from the public life. The same year, Greece held the trials of the ringleaders and the torturers, what Amnesty International called the Greek Nuremberg, the first successful prosecution of torture since the war. This phase of justice and rupture was followed by a phase of recognition and reparation. The Association of Imprisoned and Exiled, SFEA, pushed for legislation restoring civil and professional rights, and in 1985 for the legal recognition of the resistance, of the anti-dictatorial resistance. But if the Polytechnic embodies the resistance, the memory of the resistance, the ATESA, the regime's torture center, embodies the memory of repression. ATESA, the special interrogation unit of the military police, was the dictatorship central institution of terror. So after 1974, it was the survivors themselves, SFEA, who launched a law campaign to reclaim the site. Thanks to years of petitions and civic pressure, in 1982, the area opened as the square of anti-dictatorial struggle, later renamed Park of Freedom. In 1986, the bust of Spiros Moustaklis, a military officer who was paralyzed and rendered speechless by torture, was placed at the entrance. And by the mid-90s, the Museum of Anti-Dictatorial Resistance was created inside one of the buildings. And in 1997, so many years ago, after the fall of the junta, the entire site was declared a protected historical monument. This was memory, again, built from below, from the survivors themselves. Today, school classes visit the site, survivors give testimony. So it is a form of civic archaeology, of the Recovery of Democracy's foundation through its material remains. SFEA also succeeded in having Yaros, the island of political exile, recognized as a national monument in 2001. Again, it was civil society which defined what would be remembered. So the real strength of this civic memory, So the real strength of this civic memory, I believe, it lies in its plurality, the collaboration between the survivors, the historians, the archivists, and educators. From the mid-90s onwards, SFEA and the Pandio University digitized prison records, judicial files, exile documentation, underground press, and membership registers, creating a digital archive of over 6,000 documents. The Contemporary Social History Archives, ASCII, has also worked closely with SFEA to preserve and interpret the memory of the dictatorship. Our archive includes thousands of photographs, letters, underground press, and oral testimonies from survivors and from exiled communities. But ASCII's approach goes beyond preservation. It links memory to civic participation. So let me give some examples. Since 2013, ASCII has hosted a weekly radio program on National Public Radio featuring historians, political scientists, and former activists, survivors, discussing the dictatorship and its legacy. With Amnesty International, we created the Walk Against Torture through former sites of repression like Atessa. The Digital Museum of European Solidarity to Greece, which documents over 100,000 items from international solidarity movements. Thematic events like Memories of Torture, A Dark History Without Borders, and exhibitions such as Democracy on the Streets and Athens Celebrates Its Freedom, which brings survivors, artists, and researchers together. So through these initiatives, memory becomes participation. In few words, Greece does not offer consensus, not in the sense of Christian, in the sense of political consensus, but I think it offers a useful method. Root remembrance, participation and repetition, transform spaces of violence into spaces of learning, and use archives and education as guarantees of non-recurrence. So again, the challenge of digital heritage in Greece, in Spain, it's much harder than in Greece. Greece does not have a monumental site equivalent to Koulougamuros, fortunately. But what the Greek experience offers, it's not only this method, participation, ritual, and archives. I think that it offers an architecture of democratic resilience capable of functioning even when consensus collapses or when negationist movements emerge. So I would like to number some strategies that I find useful. So memory should not aim for consensus, but for the capacity to absorb conflict. The goal is not consensus, but a plural ecosystem strong enough that no single government, no matter how revisionist, can erase what has already been socially sentimented. Put differently, memory is not an agreement, it is an infrastructure for democratic disagreement. Second, move from memory policies to memory-generating institutions. Policies can be reversed. Institutions are harder to dismantle. When survivors, universities, archives, teachers, and civic rituals form durable networks, they create autonomous memory, a memory that does not depend on the political winds of the moment. So this is crucial in a world where states with strong memory cultures, like Argentina, can produce negationist governments. So resilience requires institutions that outlast administrations. Third, protect democratic rhythms, not only sites. I think that Europe has been very good at protecting places like camps, museums, monuments, but it has protected less the temporalities of democracy, recurring rituals, anniversaries, civic processions. So Greece, and the 17th of November, shows that the rhythm matters as much as spaces. Every 17th of November, the commemoration returns, contested, noisy, imperfect, but alive. And repetition creates resilience. What returns remains. Fourth, effective memory produces social identity, a social feeling of democracy, what we called in Greece κοινωνικό αίσθημα. So it points to something essential, that memory works because it teaches, memory works not because it teaches facts, but because it creates belonging. It becomes durable when citizens feel themselves part of a moral community, not just students of a syllabus. Fifth, transform authoritarian sites into laboratories of citizenship. Sites of repression are not only places to recount what happened. The Atessa Museum functions less as a static exhibition and more as a civic laboratory. Testimonies, youth workshops, public debates. So a place that does not just describe the absence of democracy, but produces democracy. Six, memory cannot prevent negationism, but it can make it politically ineffective. This requires, against density and not consensus. Dense archives, dense participation, dense rituals, dense educational practices. Spain, I think that it faced a double challenge, not only the political refusal of the right to condemn the dictatorship, but also structural impediments linked to institutions such as the church, which still holds influence over the symbolic and material management of Cuelgamuros. This creates a situation where the state's ability to re-signify the site is limited, not only politically, but institutionally. So when a site is structurally blocked, democratic memory must find another channels, archives, education, testimonies, civic participation, and smaller, but most accessible places of memory. So if we cannot democratize Cuelgamuros, we should democratize its meaning. I think that Cuelgamuros will remain symbolically heavy, but its narrative can be reshaped from the outside. So the question is not only how to transform Cuelgamuros internally, but how to integrate it within a wider democratic ecosystem that makes authoritarian interpretations socially ineffective, even if they persist institutionally. Rituals like the Polytechnic commemoration, civic activism, and survivor associations have created a democratic rhythm. This rhythm is more effective than monuments. It repeats, it engages people, and it produces participation. In Greece, despite a strong civic memory culture, the neo-Nazi party Golden Dawn became the third largest party only a few years ago. This is a crucial reminder that memory alone cannot prevent extremist movements, but the Greek case also shows something equally important. A dense ecosystem of archives, education, survivor testimonies, and civic rituals can limit the long-term impact of negationism. Golden Dawn reached parliament, but it did not reshape the legitimacy of dictatorship nor the public understanding of that period. And ultimately, the same democratic institutions and civil society actors mobilized to expose its criminal nature, leading to the party's judicial dismantling. So the lesson is not that memory prevents extremism, but that memory helps society respond to it, and it makes politically ineffective in the long run, even if it appears in the short term. So the Greek case offers a simple contribution to the European debate. Resilience matters more than consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, Magda. I think we have 5 minutes for intervention, so you want to say something?
Yeah, well, me, I had a remark, and at the same time, it's a question. It's comparing Greece with Portugal. Because Portugal, I mean, you have as well Al-Zoub, and then you have also now the Museum of Resistance in Peniche, which was another famous prison. On the other hand, in Greece, what struck me, I mean, I was in Greece, I was in Athens 2 years ago for the 50th anniversary of Polytechnium, and what really struck me is that beside people coming there to Polytechnium, put flowers, and then to the march to the US Embassy, which actually in 2023, it was a Gaza march. I mean, it had very little to do really with the commemoration. The commemoration was inside Polytechnion, but otherwise what struck me is what I would call a negation of that memory. I mean, near Polytechnion, you have behind the National Archaeological Museum, Bobulinas. Bobulinas, which was a security police, a place where people were tortured, and it's still there. Just now it's part of the Ministry of Culture. There is nothing, no plaque, nothing, anything telling, what happened in that place. You have in Thessaloniki, Eftapyrion, which was old medieval castle and then a political prison during World War II until the dictatorship. I mean, people were shot there both by the Nazis and during the Civil War time. I visited it. Well, just at that time, there was an exhibit for 1 week by some artist, activists, Kukue, People's Communist Party artists, who were evoking that past. Otherwise, that role as political prison is completely absent. There's nothing about it. I was just now in September, early September, in Egina, island of Egina. You have next to the beach and next to the tourist place, you have an abandoned prison. Since the 1980s, it was also a very important political prison during the time of the dictatorship. It's abandoned. Well, fortunately, it's still there. And there, they renovated one of the buildings. And there was, it's used as an art gallery. And that when I visited it, great, well, you had an exhibit of Psychopedis, that artist who's quite committed and so. But otherwise, I saw nothing. Parco Eleftheria, that pavilion of anti-dictatorship, sorry to say so, but to me, it's a joke. When I was there, first time I visited it, it was open like 2 days a week, not always, when someone was there to open it. I was there again, now I want to go early September. It was still only 1 day, and then there was no one there. The door was locked. Next to it, you have another pavilion, and that's a place where people were tortured. The vet pavilion, I can't remember the number, but you probably know it better than I do. And just in front of it, you had that exhibition that you organized about the liberation of Athens, which was really interesting because it's the only exhibit I saw, well, except at the National Gallery, but that evoked that theme of, democracy, coming back to democracy and the dictatorship. Well, there was also something in the National Library, but it was, somewhat minor and not really open to the general public. But so there was your exhibition, but it's one of the pavilions, rather small, and usually it's used for art exhibits also. And your exhibit didn't last long. It was really interesting because you had, on the one hand, the liberation of Athens and the resistance. So during World War II, liberation of Athens. And then it stopped and it jumped to the dictatorship and coming back to freedom. And of course, the great taboo, it was barely touched. That is Decembriana. That is the British colonial troops, the British expeditionary force, crushing the Greek resistance in Athens. That was absent, the same way the Civil War was absent, and actually it's absent in many places, except what's controlled by Kukue, because just that was in November last year, early November last year, I saw one exhibit on all that time period, the time of the Greek resistance, the time of Metaxas from 36 until 49, but that was organized by the Communist Party, that was organized by Kukue, and that was in the former criminal court building, which is in the center of Athens, which is partly preserved, but which is also otherwise completely forgotten. So when I compare Portugal and Greece, Portugal, you have, that memory of resistance and anti-fascism that's really there. It's open to the public, open to foreign tourists like me. In Greece, no, you have to look for it, and then it's most of the time, often it's closed.
Okay, thank you very much for your short question. And we are left with no time. It's obvious that there are a lot of issues that have been raised here that we would need the full afternoon just to unravel these topics. Now, but we already have internal discussions about consensus, not consensus, reconciliation, not reconciliation, civic participation, bottom-up, top-down, and so I think there are many, many issues that I also want to mention that Paula Donna, who is here, she's now the chair of Contested Histories on Site. How many contested sites you have in Europe now?
In Europe, I don't know, in the world, 625.
Okay, so you have this incredible pedagogical resource where they are kind of approaching monuments that are in conflict in one way or another, mostly in Europe, but also throughout the world. And I think that this is a debate that should be kept. And thank you very much for all the presentations. You were very, very disciplined. Nobody went over like 16 minutes, which is yeah, except for the question, which was 20 minutes. So okay. Now,
I was there in the prison. I was there.
What if we continue it through the much-needed coffee break that we have now for half an hour, I think?
Yeah.
So
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay. So.
And then we have the spectacle, the show here in the same room. So.
Okay. Well, thank you very much to all. Thank you.
Well. Muchas gracias, moltes gràcies, thank you. Just a few words to say goodbye, to say thank you again, Constanze, thank you for collaborate with us and to spend these wonderful moments here, from the critic, from the analyst, but also from this power of transmission among contemporary art, among theater, among voices, among music. So we are going to celebrate our democracies nowadays. 50 years ago, there was this dictator in many, many other countries here. And just that we are going to keep working with all of you, networking, with welcome also the youth people and students, and also with the administrations as the Secretariat of State for Memory, and the institutionals like, of course, the House of European History. And Estela, thank you very much. Fernanda, Uriol, Barcelona in the bed, and all of you. Merci, Andrea también.